Hello everyone, my name is Kiray and I am your host and your voice for the voice. Here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. To be honest, I really have no idea what I'm doing, so yeah. uh it's been a while managed to wake up this early. I only sleep for like maybe a few hours. So I don't really know I'll be able to do my job properly today. So I'm just going to do more hangout, more chatting, more doodling, more skididadoodle babu, many of those kind of things. And oh yeah, thank you for Mamo and mystery box. Yes, Mamo and mystery boxed. Yeah, both of your Patreon have been supporting my me funding stuff, and then and I finally able to upgrade my mic. This current mic is not really that bad. It's just it broke physically. I managed to patch it back, but I'm not sure how long it's going to like start being on the fritz again. So I use those money that I earn from the money from Mamo and this week art commissions from Mystery Box, and then I bought a new mic. I bought the Mauno something SD200, I think it's called. It's basically it's like a 350 ish. Yeah, 350 ish like ringgit mic, not dollar. Dollar I would buy a show, not a China brand mic. Okay. By the way, Mauno, I actually check a little bit. It's actually a pretty decent mic, and I see how people like do some comparison, this and that. The 400 series is way better, but it's 600 ringgit, so it's hella expensive. So I decided not to get that because that one have a much more like better like sound capture stuff going on there. So yeah. And also, hi there, Lifehack. It's been a while. So how is your like your XCOM stuff? Still cooking? I know edit video is very hard. I edit like a video that is like 2 minute worth, and then it eats up like all of my time. So props on you on making like very like you know, to make like a whole like 20+ minute video of that would be like a whole lot more difficult than most of the things there. Yeah, I think I need to like re-upload my wing diver on my EDF video, because like my friend gave me a feedback and say like the beginning part is kind of good, but it should be there standalone, and then the rest of the part, like they say the no part, and then like the montage, I should separate in another video. That way it's much more better, because like people would drop off after they see the beginning part. Hi there, Soggy. Hi there. Yeah, I should stream around this time more, to be honest. I've been waking up very late this past few days because last week I was having a very bad like vertigo time, so it messed up my sleeping schedule, and it have been messing up even now. It's still kind of messed up. I try to sleep, but I can't. So I end up always like either I sleep way too early, like I start sleeping at 8, wake up at 2, something like that, and that all I start sleeping at 2 or 3 and then wake up at like 11 something. Like it's weird. It's weird. Hi Mamo. Hi there everyone. Welcome to the Kiray show, where I am Kiray. My name is Kiray and I am your host and your voice with a voice here to entertain you and may or may not go off topic and start yapping about, and haven't even started my drawing thingy yet. Let me take another sip of my dizzy ice, because the ice is gone already, but still I only put a few block of ice in there, so so again, I bought a mic. It's still not here yet. It will be arrive roughly around 14. So yeah, when I actually get that mic, I will do a singing thingy, I guess, because this mic have a little bit issue, so I end up didn't do too much on this mic, and I tried to like fix the mic, and then I accidentally unplugged the entire bass, which is yike. I managed to refix it back, reconnect the wire. I'm still an engineer at the end, so I know how to fix it. But the problem is, it's basically just a quick patch. I'm not sure my mic is going to survive for long, any longer use, and maybe like some power surge, this and that, yeah, that stuff. That it might melted the stuff that I patched it in. I don't think it will. It's just that, you know, those kind of constant worrying, because like it's basically a very rough patch, and then the noises is going to be a little bit bad. Sometimes static might comes in, this and that, yeah, that stuff, because like having a good wiring connections is very important for a mic itself. It's not just like go for the full XLR and then have like a nice amp to do the adjustment, this and that, yeah, that stuff. You can actually get like the digital XLR. It's actually still quite good. This is why I actually got this time I bought the mic is half XLR, half USB. It's actually quite good. I listened to most of the people that used it. The mic quality is actually very good, like way beyond this current qualities. And you know what? Everyone get hydrated a little bit. I've been drinking like tasty ice a little bit. I need to drink some water. I think I made my tasty ice a little bit too thick. Mic tips? Oh, depends on which kind of mic tips you want. I can actually show you guys. Do you want the physical adjustment or the digital part of adjustment? Because when it comes to this, like, it's a lots of things to go through. But if you want a nice one that doesn't really like hear your like computer typing, this and that, yeah, that stuff, you might have to sacrifice something. Like you used to be very loud, and then you have to like go lower a little bit. Like that is like the general things that you have to do for stuff. So I guess I can show you, which I showed the wrong place, but it's still a pretty nice angle. This one. So as you already can see in here, let's move myself a little bit away here. All right, good. So all right, as you already can see in here, there's a lot of like I have like lots of different mic for different stuff, but yeah, general things is still there. Let me move to this particular one. Let's go to filters. If you're using OBS to do things, having a compressor setting is a very important thing. Depends on how you want to go for a ratio. I'm more favor in like 3:1 ratio, and then the threshold would be like anywhere on your lowest, because a compressor is basically adjust your lowest volume to the minimum amount of like middle thing. It's basically it try to push your lowest volume to the highest volume, and then your highest volume to the lowest volume. So it's basically it's like squeeze your volume into like at a certain high range. As you already can see, even actually when I don't speak that loudly, you guys still can see my voices in here. Oh, I try to speak in a very way distance. Actually, I'm actually like moved back a lot just to speak to you guys. The mic still pick up my voice. It's because like they put the lowest voice in the highest pitch, so at the end you still can see them in a around like green to yellow side. So, but if that is like if I bump up my volume that high, even that far in the distance, if I like get close to my mic, people are going to go deaf. But this particular threshold thingy, this is where the ratio come from. It will like restrain the loudest voice. Try not to make it like go past the yellow mark. And then as you guys already can see, when I say try not to go past the red side, I do have to do a little bit of adjustment. Here's the thing, like it's best to make your voice everything like dancing around in this area. This is the volume that you really need. So I think I need to just give it a shot too. Yes, and then I don't really have like too boomy of a voice there, and then like everything is good. And you can also set your setting. Oops, not this one. You can go back and see the setting like ducking voice. It's basically we can do quite a lots of like various different thing, like a aside from this, we can also give limiters. Limiters is like restrain like how loud your voice can go. But this particular limiter itself is actually very funny. It's like it actually caps out like how much voice it listens. So you can see like if this is like normal 0, it will say like it only start receiving sound like around 40. So if I do this, it will clean up all the sound like within this area. So if I turn it on, it become like this. So see, it changed again. Sorry, I got the reverse again. It basically caps out your limit this time. So if I don't want to go past like 10, let's say I need to dance around like 15 or something like that, but I do have to yell out like sometimes I play some games, I got ambush, I'll be like wah, something like that. I need to have like it to go past the red, mainly for comedic reasons. So limiters really depends. Limiter really depends. If you don't want your voice to go off the red, like maximum over the red, then you have to you have to use the limiters. If you have like a too loud of mic, yes, remove the limiters. Which one is the opposite one of it? I've kind of forgot. And I think it's noise gate. Yes, it's noise gate. Yeah, this one. This one is a little bit complicated. So let's not talk about it that much, because like I have to explain what is attack, what is released. That is going to be a little bit much more difficult to talk about, because attack and release is basically you have to set like how proactive the adjustment is going to be. So it's like if I put like a noise gate, it will sense like how sensitive like the close threshold, like if I went past maybe around like 12, like here, like somewhere around here, it will close down, like lower down the volume. It will lower down the volume or just flat out close the mic. Depends on how strong you go for it. and you can see like the attack is about like how fast it active. It's basically like a wave, like how fast the wave is going to go. The longer is it, the slower the transition will get. And then the release time, the same thing. So, and then this is the hold time. When it start activated, it will keep maintaining on like closing your mic for like a certain period amount of time, or like lowering your mic to the point at almost closing to a certain period amount of time, until like maybe like this is 200 ms, is basically like 2 seconds. So it will hold out for 2 seconds, and then it slowly use like 1 second like regaining back your volume. That way it's like how the like attack thingy like going on there. Also, hi there, Geek-san. Nah, I'm not ranting. Just like teaching people how to use the mic. There's still so many like upward compression. Oh yes, the upward compressions. Upward compression is basically the same thing. It's like use your highest volume to push it even further down, so you won't actually like go too loud, something like that. Yeah, it's very funny. It's basically compressions. You don't have to do the upward compression that much. Just do this thing is enough. And then the 3-band equalizer. I already have it on my voice mode, so I don't really have to do anything about it. But I can show it to you guys. Oh, this one doesn't really have that much options. Like, depends on how well like the 3-band equalizer you are going to get. There is lots of things you can do with it. It's like how are you going for the high pass, low pass, those kind of things. And if I actually go for low pass, it will filter out quite a lot of like noise that come from the background, but also same time you sacrifice a lot of like your lower tone voice, so you sound a little bit much more boomy. And then if you raise up the mid, it will be raise up your loudness of your voice, because like generally our voice is like at a very mid range unless you have a very high pitch. This one is going to like filter out your high pitch, so your voice will become less sharper if you lower this thing. But if you push it higher, your pitch will become slightly higher than most like not higher, it's more like sharper, like much more poking your ears kind of thingy. Is it possible to put your setting to OBS to Discord? No. Kind of. It's a much more complicated way to do it, but you can turn this thing, as you already can see. I accidentally opened it before. Look at this part, and then you look at mic here. You can turn the monitors on, so your speakers or whatever that kind of like setting you have. Let me take a look. It take a while. Okay, if I go to audio, you can see like in here the default monitoring audio. You can just choose whatever you have, your headphone, your speakers, or you can just plug in a line in. I'm not kidding, you can literally plug in a NT line in and then use that as like a plugin too. Also can, because you don't want to hear your own voice, you know. You can just put it in the line in or something like that, and then use that line in. You have to download something called a voice meter, and then you have to change that line in output back into your virtual input. It's a very complicated thing. It sounds very complicated. It's once you get it, it's actually very easy. The problem is like the hurdle to actually get past to understand it in the first place. But it's basically you have the real like monitoring like voice that is just coming out from speakers. You just take that speaker voice and then put it in a virtual mic. Basically, it's a fake mic, and then you can use that fake mic as your mic, and then you can go to your Discord setting and then just change that mic to that virtual mic, and then you can use that mic. You kind of get that, right? You don't necessarily have to use a voice meter for it, but kind of can get it. Static voice. You mean like when you're silenced, you can hear those kind of those kind of voice, right? I don't really have one. Is because of a very simple, very simple thing. Let me open it up. Hold on. Okay, not this. Computer setting. All right. This is the most simple things to talk about. You literally have to lower your volume input. I'm not kidding. You just have to lower your volume input and then everything's fine. For me, it's not this. Let's go back to this one. I have way too many mic. I never use this thing. This is default already installed in. I hate this thing. If I need to use my true voice, I will not use any like noise canceling thing. So you can either you can rely on your noise canceling. If noise canceling doesn't really work well, then like tough luck for you. But when I look at this, yes, my real tag. So you can already see like this is the full on the raw mic that I go into my computers. I didn't really set it to max because this mic, this cheap ass mic I have is basically like 20 ringgit ish, not 20 ringgit, 40 ringgit ish. So it's basically like a $5 mic, but for like most people in their eyes. So it's a $5 mic, and then it's horrendous. So if I actually go max with this thing, you will hear static noises. So in order not to get the static noises and also not picking up my gosh dang keyboard sound that loudly, I have to slowly push this thing down. Usually people with a very decent mic, they can actually push it down to further more because they still can do the artificial gain and stuff. Actually, when you reach like a certain mark, like this mark, you will basically already 85. You already lost all the static noises. If you really don't want to pick up the keyboard noise too, you can further lowering it down until you can't hear it. But your friends also cannot hear you. How do you make people able to hear you? Again, if you have an amp, you can boost up your voice that way. That way, like, it's like, you know, it will create a slightly more like those kind of static sound again, but it won't be that much. It's like artificially boost up rather than like using this kind of like digital way to boost up, you know? It won't clearly clean all the static. It's going to be there. It's just like it lower a lot more. It's like playing a push and pull style. And you can also try something else. For me, I'm using this one. And then yes, I do play with the girl voice for fun. But if you come to here, this is what I tell you guys, the word ban and stuff. I have like lower frequency because I want to clean up the background noises. I have the medium frequencies. I boost up my own voices, and then I actually have slightly higher pitch, so I actually tone down my high frequency stuff, so I won't sound that high frequency. But here's the thing: the main thing I use this is not actually just used for the equalizer. The main thing I use this is I don't really have to. Yes. The main thing I use this is because I can increase my voice volume. On default, your voice volume is actually like on the lower side. So yeah. So I can literally, in a way, if I feel like this is not loud enough, I can go for the power pitch. And then, you know, this immediately increase my volume a little bit more. It already written in here like the after pitch of a voice make it sounds higher than lower, something like that, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Or you can literally like have like a gain. I remember this gain stuff here. did they update and change it again? They kept update and change stuff, but there's a lot of like voice thingy that happening in here. You can just use the free version of it. You can do whatever you want. It's just that you lose some of the access of the community voice only. So the free one is still fine. You don't really have to need to use the soundboard and stuff. Yeah, I can't find it. Pitch? Nope. But generally it's like over here somewhere. So when you kind of use the voice, you can like boost up your voice, things like that. I think it's just this particular voice volume thing, but also like if you have some noise issue, you can try to use this too, but it will change your voice a little bit, so it's like not really recommended. Besides, this is like third-party software, so it's going to have like slight artificial voice, no matter how much you try to tone them. Yeah. Oh yes. Have you guys heard like I play with this voice before? I tried before. I went full British, and I sound like Tracer. I sound like a younger version of Tracer. I didn't bonk you. My bot didn't report that it bonked anyone, so it's YouTube the one that filtered your voice. Yeah, it's a girl voice, and
it sounds. Well, it's a very weird kind of voice, but it actually makes things work a little bit more. But yeah, it's like a girl with like a very bad mic. I just have a very bad mic. That's all.
I'm not sure. I didn't see anything. Yeah, like the girl voices were weird. I'm actually speaking like how I speak, but for some reason, I think it's because I already have a slight bit of like those kind of like British tone. So when I actually go for like the girl voice, I somehow went full British. And then I feel like when I hear back the record, I was like, Tracer, is that you? I'm not kidding. The voice change thing really made me sound like Tracer for no reasons. I have no idea why. And then I also have this like karaoke one. I think there's like one stream I have this thing on, so like people can hear like echo in my voice. The echo is actually mainly for like when you do singing, you have like those kind of echo like for the karaoke style. Yeah, you know. Nah. Besides, we have to speak about the ethical reasons of like having a girl's model and then I sound like a girl and I'm a dude in realities. And you have to start the joke about the, you know, like it was always a girl. Always. Things like that. But yeah, like yeah. You want, I can try to give it to you, but I'm not sure the voice change actually can help me adapt to that particular voice that well, because it's still at the end is voice change. So it doesn't it sometimes doesn't able to like convert your voice that properly. Even though I just like lower my pitch to like the high lowest and then like boost up my pitch to the highest. So I normally won't really like do those kind of things. Yes, speaking about fanboy, actually, like that's one point a guy drop into my stream and say, "Is this like some sort of like fanboy kind of shit going on here? If it's not, then I'm leaving." And then I was like, bruh, 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 do I look like a fanboy to you? I do have my chest exposed, but do you see boob? Do I wear sexy in the first place? There's no inherent sexiness like in my model at all. I was like, holy moly, where's your eyes? How degenerate to the point that you lose sight of like what look like a guy, what look like a dude, what look like a man, what look like a boy, what look like a freaking fanboy. Fanboy is a very different thing, okay? You can immediately spot it when you see one. And then it basically depends on your degenerate level, I guess. Let me go back to the scene first. Hold on. Speaking about those kind of things, like it really depends on your degenerate level. When you have a certain like a very low level but entry level, you can say, of like degeneracy, you can spot like who is fanboy, who is not, quite easily. But when you have higher level, you will know who is Shota, who is fanboy. Yes, Shota and fanboy is a very, very different thing too. Shota is basically like in nature you're just childish. In natures, like the way you talk, this and that, yeah, that stuff. You're basically just a big kid yourself. But still, fanboy also kind of do that, but much more on the girlish side. You know? And they are well aware of what is happening, and then they are playing into it. That is fanboy. I am old enough to confirm that I am a veteran degenerate, but I'm those kind of person who know a little bit too much, but in nature I'm still a very say-so person, so I know a lot, but I don't know, not like don't know, I don't participate in degeneracy. You can type it out, but you don't know what Shota is. Shota is basically, is the boy version of Loli. Basically, you see a short dude. Sadly, if you don't really want to call them a short dude, maybe if they don't know what a Shota is, you can call them a Shota. For not hurting their pride. At least that sounds like much more cuter than it is. Yeah, I feel bad for a short guy. Yeah. Well, you don't really have to Google it. It's like that's basically you see like here's the thing again. Like I feel weird to talk about this. Like a lot of people change the term of those the word lolly. People start to see that word weirdly. Like by everyone default knowledge is like lolly is little girls, but no. Back in the days, lolly is just petite girl. Basically, you know, you can't keep calling people short, so they just like call petite girl lolly. But as time changed, like how cripple is a word of a medical term, and then people using it for insult a little bit way too much, and then people view the word cripple as an insult instead of like being a accurately called a cripple. And speaking about this, I am very angry about this. Like basically people like didn't use the term correctly, and then it kind of, it's not exactly changed, but the society view it in a very odd way. Yes, they view it in a very odd way. Just generally saying it like that. Because like, here's the thing. Obese has become a slur word. Well, technically all the fat people just keep saying like, stop calling me obese, it's a slur. It's a medical term, gosh dang it. It's a medical term when the BMI went off the chart. It's called obese. And then when you are obese, you will gain a lot of like very myriad of like health issues. It's literally a medical term. But you know, people people who is fat that doesn't really accept the fate of being called obese. They mark it to literal slur word. I was like, holy heck, are you guys like? Even you mark it as a slur word. Here's the thing: you mark it as a slur word, it becomes like you have to replace that particular medical term with another thing. What you're going to call it fat fuck? That would be some worst. Like I can say like a lot of people that keep using the terms wrongly, I feel like they really have like low IQ. Like a lot of people are having like a very low IQ move like this year's. I keep hearing things getting more and more stupid, so I'm not sure it's the brain rot issues or social media really rot people's brain physically to the point that people actually start getting dumber. Like we are already getting dumber because of the car carbon dioxide, like all those like lead coming out from the car exhaust and from the non-sticky pan. Yes, non-sticky pan actually can give you a certain level of lead contaminations to your blood. Don't worry, it's kind of fine. It's kind of fine. It will kill your brain cell a little bit, but it's kind of fine. The only thing it actually does, it only start affecting you for the non-sticky stuff, like non-sticky pan. Is when you actually scratch your pan and then you're still using it. A lot of people might say like, oh, you scratch your sticky pan, it's not going to stick anymore. But in reality, it's like not just it's not going to stick anymore. The chemical it releases after it's getting scratched is actually harmful to your brain. Aha. And it's been a very like big issues. A lot of people talk about it back then, especially the creator of like that non-sticky chemical guy, but he insists it's kind of fine, and actually it's similar to the documentary we talked about last time, that about like the car exhaust that have a certain amount of lead, and then we have been absorbing it for a very very long time. We have the very very ridiculously high lead content and stuff in our body, and then lead poisoning is the thing that kill our brain cell actively. It turns us dumber. And then another thing that is turn us dumber is the COVID thingy. So is COVID thingy is because of the lack of oxygens. It literally kills your brain. Aha. So we become even more dumber. So I would say like, why people are getting dumber this day? People keep asking, and then I'll be like, you know, those things are the things that like make people like not helping. And then those things are already dropping people intelligent point a lot. And then the social media brain rot happening there. And then people who lived in Twitter, like I only dabble in Twitter because like because I'm a VTuber, at least I need to dabble in it for like social connections. Only for the other VTuber. My Twitter, if you go into it, my Twitter doesn't really have a lot of view at all. I only use it to view other VTuber and then talk to them. It's basically that. I don't exactly use Twitter at all. Now, here's the thing. It was a very good invention, smartphone. But the problem is, we never taught kids how to use it. And then now those kids grow up. I'm already 29. Those kids already grow up. Some of the kids my mom used to take care already like went into like college and stuff. She used to be a nanny, but yeah, like we never taught them how to use technology properly. Here's the thing, like when it comes to boomer, there will be like technology is a curse that like do this to us, do that to us. It make us lazy and not do anything. And then for the early millennial, which is the older millennial, is like my brother's is like 10-year age gap, which is like very far away, but still, my brother, those kind of era, they will be like, they look at technologies, they'll be like, ooh, convenience. I can try to use it as much as possible, but still at the end, it's like they have to rely on the skill. And then for my and like the Gen X and like the late millennial age, we would know how to utilize and use the internet and technologies. And the Gen Z level is when they are already at like the age that can work, like 20, 22, something like that. They are relying on the internet stuff. So when we created AI, we are still at the kind of people who actually use the ability to we use the ability to, you know, what again? Sorry, my brain rot, brain fart, DJ brain. Where was I? I forgot what I was talking about. Vertigo just slapped me a bit. I kind of forgot. Yes. The Gen Z level is basically they rely on it. So it's a very different thing. We learn how to use it. When it comes to AI, we also learn how to use it. We don't rely on it. We have a certain level of skepticism, even we using it. But on the Gen Z side, they full on trust it. That's the problem. Because they rely on it, so they trust it. We, and on the other hand, we used it. And we know the people behind those things can be incompetent. So we don't really, in a sense, like full on trusting the things that we seek. So we know how to use it properly. But we never taught those knowledge to the younger generations. So they become completely relying on those kind of things. So that kind of like end up in a messy situation like that. Like right now, people have some very, very idiotic view about like technologies. Well, that is not like some of the things that we can talk about. And we shouldn't talk about this too much. I noticed like most of our chat is like getting like cleaned up by YouTube. I think they're silencing you. No Axe Jones stuff happening in the chat. No. I know, but Geek-san is like all his chat you can already see in here, and then in the YouTube itself is not there. Basically, either A, Geek-san like is the one that deleted, or YouTube are the one that deleting it. that's the thing. And then he might suddenly leave, not because he left, because he said something too much, and then like YouTube just basically just yeet him out for some reasons. Who knows? It really depends. He might get timeout or something like that. Who knows? That's YouTube. Very good at silencing things. Oh yeah, speaking about like YouTube being silencing thing, the potential of YouTube going to leave Google is there now. I'm not kidding. Government is like, I'm not sure which government, they are suing Google for being a monopoly, and it actually managed to go through. So now they have to break apart what they gain in order not to become a monopoly, basically knock down some level. They have to separate a certain stuff they have acquisitions. So it's basically either it's like the Google car going to go, Google Map going to go, or like YouTube gotta go. Basically, they have to break apart those kind of business and not make them affiliated to Google anymore. I know they'll find a roundabout way to do it, but still, they are going to break them apart. So the potential of everyone who really wishes for it, YouTube going to cut off from Google. We wish, but it's a long wish. It's an impossible wish, but let's hope it's going to be happening. Again, like I think like Google has been ruining YouTube for a very, very long time. Like once upon a time, back then YouTube is still having the first and second generation of YouTube. Like Smosh is there, this and that, yada stuff. They're actually doing very, very great. Until like, you know, YouTube decided to say F you and then point a middle finger at it and then change everything and then try to censor everything. So no more hobby, and then everyone want to become Mr. Beast and yada stuff. Yeah, like YouTube lost its essence a long time ago due to like how YouTube is trying to frame around or change the algorithm around Mr. Beast. I'm not kidding. And yeah, there's a lot of like content just like disappeared because of that. I wish YouTube back in the days is like coming back, you know. Aside from that, yeah. I guess like I have a little bit too much time talking. I literally been talking for like 50 minutes ish. So yeah. Artista Cafe we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I closed down thing. Because I restarted my computers not long ago, so you know, some more things like not on at all. That's why my bot is not functioning. Huh. Hold on a bit. Voila. So, what have I been drawing this past few days? I've been drawing 3 things. First thing I'm going to show you is, ta-da, my new outfit. I'm still making it, but still, yeah. And then the second thing is a little bit like a special stream last week Sundays. This is the artwork I made for the Power watch along. This artwork, and then the next one is going to be the mystery box one. Mystery box requests another artwork that is drawing a female knight. So I went ham on the armor a little bit. So as you can see, this is my ability to draw an armor. It's not the best one, to be honest, but it's better than nothing. Because like I'm going to mark her as a cavalry unit, so like she is going to have like a heavier like other side for the shield arm, so she can hold like a lighter shield and then use the cavalry charge that way. The way I designed her is literally actually have a purpose of why I did it, why I did it this way, stuff like that. And I'm slowly run out of breath and stuff. I'm going to do this and that. I will be here even after an hour or so. So have fun, have your car oil change, and I'm gonna grab some water. The oil change is going to take a while. Depends on how the queue is going. too. So yeah, and I run, hydrate a little bit. So as you guys already see this wonderful drawing that I have. Actually, I don't really need the background if I really need to show it, because like, here's the thing, like I actually didn't think the background really helps that much. I only add a background because I need it. I felt I need it. But holy heck, like doing this thing is actually very difficult. I can show it to you guys, the time lapse. It's been a while I'm doing this kind of things, like drawing armor and stuff, because like I used to be super duper good at it. Now I'm just decent at it. So I'm doing a double sketch layer. Why I do double sketch layers? Because I'm going to draw a full body. When I draw a full body, I have to do a little bit way more like showing the detail. So I have to draw a little bit more stuff into it. Yeah, I still like the carving method a lot. Full body carving method and like the portrait carving method is a little bit different. I use because like as you guys already can see in this part, I'm actually didn't do like full black blob and then like start like carving it that way. I only do piece by piece and add more stuff into it. A little bit by bit by bit, instead of like go like full black and then just slowly carve up from that point, because there's a lots of like detail I have to add into it, so I end up have to do it this way. When it comes to more detailed stuff, the carving method is slightly more disadvantaged at it, because I never really use it properly that way, because like of course I know how to do it. It's just going to be a little bit much more experimental at the end, because like again, this art method is still a work in progress art method. The more I do, the more better I'm going to be at. The more I understand the procedures, how to draw it in a certain way to actually make it look nicer than usual. This is a very good success way to draw it. If I need to draw it on detail, I cannot do a big blob. I need to do it like piece by piece to actually increase the fidelity and the detail of the artwork itself. And then my friend had told me that the way I managed to use the inking as a shadow is actually quite impressive. I actually messed up like here, so I just like increase the size. Done. Yeah, I messed up the size of the leg. No, I don't need to save. Open this thing up again. You know, when I have to chat about it, I can just show it to you guys, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I still quite a lot of things I have to do. I'm not sure what to do first. Either way, it's going to be is like I'm going to keep promoting my ability to like ask for like things and Bob and this and that. Shiba! Hi there. welcome to Kiray Valko Show. My name is Kiray Valko, and I am your host and your void with voice, and also your fellow Artista Cafe Artista. I should just call this Art Cafe. But yeah, Art Cafe Artista. We do not serve coffee, we serve artwork. So if you have ever like have had any like chance that you want me to draw something for you, and you can order it for me. Like most of the most of the list is just going to get past my head, so you guys you can actually see it. How you do? Oh, hi, I'm doing fine, very fine. Actually, my mic broke, but I managed to patch it up. I'm not sure it's going to broke again or not. I mean, like my mic is actually broke in physical level. I'm trying to fix something and then like pull up the entire, like we have those kind of XLR plug, basically like a very like thick ass plug that plug into the mic, and then I tried to pull it out because how tight it is. I managed to pull out the entire internal organ of the mic out along with the plug, and then I was like, ah, shit. Some cable got pulled, so I need to like fix it up a little bit, and then slowly push them back in. So my mic itself, physically, I don't think it can hold that much longer anymore, so I bought a new mic. The mic is going to be a little bit much more like, you know, the mic is not going to like last long. I did went to internet and bought a new one. Oops, sorry. I found out that the mesh that I have is like the pop mesh. It's not that. So, hi there, pleb. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. And then, yet again, why is my YouTube not working again? When I say YouTube not working again, I mean like the bot thingy that I have. Okay, now it's kind of work, I guess. Do-do-do. I hope. Yeah, the call machine is going to spam a lot of word out. I need to readjust like how this thing works because I'm using yeah, I'm using this thing. It's like where's the first chat scene again? Ah, yes. Ding. It's going to have like a lot of blasts of the past and stuff. Your art is like a pineapple cotton candy. I'm not really sure. It's just that I like to use vibrant color most of the time. So I guess it's that. Usually people don't use vibrant color that much. They like people with my kind of art style, they usually use the very pastel color. But I don't really use pastel color that much. I use much more solid, rigid color. So, but I also like brighter, solid, rigid color. So it becomes like very, in a way, have a unique tone into it. Also, thank you very much on praising the artwork because, like, here's the thing, I'm in a few Discord channel. Every single time I draw something, I post it up in there, and nobody say a thing. Praise me, please. Yeah, but most of the time it's like that. It's like everyone just mainly ignore my artwork. I'm not sure if I'm doing good or bad, to be honest. Like sometimes some people just post like a stick man, and then everyone be like, "Hey, nice artwork, you did that. Oh, nice thing. Oh, I think that guy just popular or something." I post everything. Nobody have any like reaction at all. And then like when someone like is kind of like known in the servers, they post a stick man, and then they'll be like, "Hey!" Even the most low effort artwork they put it their output for fun, and they will get like a lot of like chattery in there. And then for me it's like post something like this, no, nothing happened. And then post something like that, nothing happened. Post something in there, nothing happened. At least like at Eyebrow channel, Eyebrow still like responds to me most of the time. Oh yeah, I need to fix this thing. I do want people to take a look into the thing. Not this. Yes, this one. First chat. So if we'll do like a chat-based thing, I think this guy talk it in here. It doesn't talk too much, but because how compressed like YouTube is, it make the word like. I'm going to erase this particular part, make it short and snappy. I feel like a blade of grass. Yes, a lot of like times is feel like that. Don't worry, Shiba. I'm not degenerate enough that I need to touch grass yet. You don't have to pretend to be a grass for me to touch. Mamo, what kind of mind you have there? I mean, like touch grass. I mean, literal grass. What I'm thinking. Get your head out of the toilet. You have been flushed by the degen stuff a little bit too much. Wash your brain a little bit. I think the delay is not working, is it? Just put it 6. Should be okay if I do it at random time between this. It's either going to like say it like very early or say it like very late for anyone who is like newly joined. Because like I do this thing is like only trigger when people say the first word. Oh, music! Yeah, I completely forgot the music. I was keep chatting. I forgot like that particular thing I need to play. And yeah, better. Holy heck! I've been having no music for entire straight hours. This is why you do not do cartwheel in a small room. Unless your room is so freaking big, then you have underestimated your spacing. It's better to play yoga rather than gymnastic inside a room. And Mamo is not that yoga. Then you underestimated your spacing ability. Cartwheel is a very big move. Unless you can do like the on-the-spot cartwheel, which is the hardest thing in the world. Trust me. On the spot, like not moving a single step away kind of cartwheel is basically you literally almost spin in the air. You have to do it like super fast. Again, like don't do it now. Since you already got hit. Again, like on the spot cartwheel is basically the moment that you almost spin, your other hand is already touched like where your feet was at. Well, you can do the U-bend like cartwheel. Like the backflip. Yes. I said the wrong thing. Like backflip is easier to do on the spot one, but it still takes a lot of flexibility and skill. If you do it badly, you're going to break your back. I'm not kidding. And cartwheel, it takes skills. Really a lot of skill. Especially if you want to do the star-shaped cartwheel, not like those kind of like cartwheel you just push your hand on the floor, and then your back is basically bent. Like straight back cartwheel is really, really, really difficult. Well, ages ago I can do one hand push up. Now I can't. You know what? Let's do some random doodle. Oh, they upgrade the time-lapse thing. Alright. Nah, this one is soft. I don't really time-lapse on drawing things. Nah, I'm just doodle stuff. I don't do requests. If you want requests, you have to pay. Oh yeah, the slot fill thingy. Need to change it back. Hold on a bit. What? This is literally called an art cafe. Do you expect you want to order a coffee and then free? Nah. Unless my mood is good. I'm just getting a little bit warm up so I can do something else. Push to a side is just going to be here. No. I'm doing some art study stuff, how I'm going to switch my... If I have a nose here, if I'm using like a 2D model, I've seen people actually do like a live 2D model that when they look to the left, they can show the side of their face because they have like a nose patch is in here, but I don't know how and where to draw it. Basically, like there's a hidden like face here. It's hidden. It's like this. So when they turn the head, let me do this on another layer. So when they actually turn the head, let's finish drawing that. So they have like this invisible face there. So when they turn their head, it will show that part of face out. It's like not fully out, it's like around there. So I have to figure out how to draw it because I want to do a little bit much more like model upgrade of what I have. If you guys didn't know about it, I made my own like live 2D model too. So yes, this model is like self-made by me. But aside from that, currently I have to do a pause a little bit. You guys either can have fun here or go watch something else first. I'm going to the toilet. I think the breakfast I ate. Not the breakfast. The snack I ate at a very, very early night before I go to sleep. It's acting up right now. So, you guys have fun. Have a little bit of chat. Be right back. Oh, wait. Yeah, the voice activation is not there yet. Forgot. I'm back. Hi there, American. Hi there, stuff. Sorry that I disappeared for a while, but you came back. Hey, hi there, Angel. Yeah, my brother took over the toilet, so I have to go for another one. So I have to walk downstairs and use the toilet. And he's still not in the toilet yet. To be honest, he have a habit of like lock the toilet door and then like scroll like Facebook or something. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe work stuff. Who knows? And then he just like sit there doing his stuff while the toilet door is locked. Yeah, I shortened like the message a little bit. I think I need to shorten it a little bit even more. Let me go for the action again. First chat. Let's. Yeah, this thing sometime it works, sometime it didn't work, which is weird. Yeah. The only thing it didn't connect is the YouTube studio, so it's fine, kind of. Did everyone say hi pod? Delete. I need to keep this short as possible. Basically just hang out. So basically I'm just like either do my own work. Yes. Basically I'm just doing my own work here. Or do a little bit chattery and wait for a new business to come in. Also, I need to like since I'm actually doing a model fashion upgrade and thingy, so I need to do quite a lot of other stuff too. And hi stuff. Speaking about stuff. Hi Sib. There's still quite lots of things I haven't like really finished yet, but I can tell like what this week I'm actually doing. First I already did this, and then last week Sunday I have a very special stream that is a watch along of a starting up agency, their first gen like VTuber doing like a debut. They asked us to do a watch along, and while I was doing the watch along I also did this fan art of that VTuber. And then this week I have a commission requested by Mystery Box, and I drew Mystery Box a knight, a female knight. I went ham a little bit on the armor there. Okay. Yeah, I should turn on the flag too. Ta-da! I go for a much more like practical armor set. Technically, the reference like he gave me is also like the much more medieval practical side. It's the early medieval side actually. It have like a crusader helmet and stuff. The infamous bucket helmet. Actually, lots of people use the bucket helmet as like aesthetic reasons, but in reality, like when it comes to armor, the bucket helmet is the worst one you can have. Yeah, the bucket helmet is the worst helmet you can have. Even though it looks cool, to be honest, it looks cool, but yeah, sadly, it's not the best helmet you can have. I gave her a slightly heavier armored. You can see like the armament is the armor is actually quite different. Because like I will set her as a cavalry unit. She just dismount and everything and stuff. Why cavalry unit have like this have a particular part of the armor is like much more on the heavier side is because normally when it comes to cavalry charge, they hold their weapon here, hold their shield here, but the other people that facing opposite directions will also like mainly will also attack this part of the body more. So usually when it comes to cavalry unit, they have a much more like on the armor side, they have a much more like heavier emphasis on the other side, and then they will hold like a much more lighter and much more easier maneuverable shield that they can sort of like have a much more higher leverage hold onto it while they're riding a horse. So this is like why like sometimes like you can see like this like much more heavy on the side armor. Those kind of like design came out is actually for cavalry reasons. It's not for like foot soldiers. So it's like maybe after battle. This is like originally I already made this as after battle scene, like this. I didn't draw all the battle stuff. I just like have things that slap into it. Yeah, the reference they gave me, the character doesn't really have armored, because like they say they can't really draw armor that well, but they do draw like a lot of like sketch about like this characters with a lot of rose into it. So I just decided to add like a rose symbol. I randomly draw it into it. I'm not actually that good at drawing a rose, so I end up didn't draw a best work of the rose here. But yeah, if you kind of like notice, this is a very unique kind of like drawing style. It's a particular art style I have. It's called the carving style, because it mainly does what it told. It's like I basically slap a very big black color there and then use the clearing tool and the lasso fill tool and basically just carve out the available color part and then just color them afterward. So I mostly don't actually draw this thing. I actually just you know, carve out the shape. You can see it from the time lapse. So all I did is to draw a rough sketch. This one, because it's like a full body, so I decided to add a little bit more detail into it. So I did a second detail drawing into it. As you can see, I already start like I basically just slap a bunch of like black into it and then slowly carve out the shape and stuff, and then take advantage of that heavy inking. Most of the heavy inking I turn it into shadow. The sword one is actually the hardest one. It's like if you need the sword to point at the correct direction, sometimes the sword would show a much more shorter. It would become much more shorter of the sword. People might have the illusion of like the optic illusion of the sword as being very short, but in actual reality, it's a long sword. This is not how normal people do digital art. I do it in a very unique way in a sense. Most of my friends say like they try to replicate it, they can't really replicate it because my work is much more like a handicraft rather than say like it's art skill. Like this one I don't know, did I record the time lapse? No, I did not record the time lapse for this one. Sadly, I do want to record this in time lapse, but yeah, didn't manage. Yeah, basically I have a very like I won't really say unique art style. Is basically I draw in a certain way. It's like the mixtures of like the cartoon and not the cartoon. It's more like the comic style and then the manga type of like drawing philosophies into it. It's basically I mix in both like drawing technique, hybrid them together, so they look in a certain way. It's a little bit like trying to call Avatar The Last Airbender anime, sort of things like that. So this is a very well like hybrid form that I created. And currently I need to redo all my entire like clothes again. Ooh. Yeah, I'm trying to use the outline one, but I feel like if I need to represent myself a lot more, I should use the carving style to draw my clothes. It would like much more emphasize on like, you know. You know, Bakugan is actually an anime, not cartoon. I'm eating a tiny piece of candy. I'm going to invisible most of the things. Maybe I can do this. Kalau sih kan Ruby? Right up top like this. Ooh. Yes. Oh yeah, the hole. I have to replace them later. And let's go to the base, turn off my chest. Going to look at everything here, and then have the line art there. I hate using this line art, but yeah, I have to use it. Make it as faint as possible. I have to carve out my entire style and stuff. Don't worry. It's not like I want things to be hyper specific, but still. Most of the time, it's better to call them correctly. But not exactly at the same time. Yep, this is good. Let me... Oh wait, where's my glove? I took it off and then forgot where I put it. Oh, there. So this is how I normally do my drawing. basically have a rough line instead of like a very detailed line, and then draw them accordingly to sizes and stuff. So I have this like very like heavy ink. Doing this way you can skip a lot of shadow stuff, to be honest. Those purple things. Well, let's explain my lore a little bit. I am, oh yeah, I forgot to do my opening. There's lots of new people here, so welcome everyone. My name is Kiray and I'm your host and your void with a voice. And yes, you heard right, I am the void itself. But, so I don't exactly have a face, and so like, people have to put makeup on me. Here's the problem. I exist in all dimensions in the same time, so you kind of can see me but can't touch me. Like you put your hand on me, it's like you literally cannot touch me, no matter like how far you reach. Even your hand, like you see like it's on my face, you won't actually touch my face. That kind of things. But that's a way to anchor myself in one dimensions. It can be dangerous, but you know, for the show, for you guys, not scaring crap out of you guys. So this kind of things that floating around me is a device is basically cast a light construct on my face according to my facial structures, and then they will put makeup on it, adding eyes, adding like mouth. But too bad, we only got enough like money budgets to actually get some of the things like right, so we do not have enough budget to do the makeup. This is why you can see like in my neck they kind of like did this kind of like you know, like the void is like eating up my makeup stuff. In actual reality they only make up it that way, so they don't really use that much of makeup. Originally I have like a lot more clothes covering me up, because like it's basically they just cover most of the part they can't do makeup on to save up the cost that don't have to do too much makeup on me. But end up nowadays they are utilizing the fact that I have like little bits and pieces of the void out my body as like aesthetic reasons right now. Because everyone need to be a little bit unique, you know. It's not like I should hide the void part of me, you know. But the face need to hide. The face is scary. It's basically like a lot of people like interpret my characters. I let them draw me. They always draw me in a much more like evil looking way, because like what they know, the fact about me is just I am the void. And then most story that you see, like especially like the Cthulhu one, the void is just bad. The void is just bad itself. Bad thing. A lot of bad thing in the void. But I'm not the kind of void you guys think I am. I am the scientific kind of void. I'm not the magical kind of void. So we are completely different beings. Hmm. We consider that, but we do not have the budget to get a better wig. Do you know how much those kind of wig would cost me? Yeah, actually, like, I do follow the law a little bit much more. Is because, like, why I do makeup and stuff is basically I work in a, like, back in those like wee long days, I decided to learn how to talk and then try to talk to human. I went to third dimension and find a random guy and start saying, "Hey, you want to chat?" You know, but you know, I'm the literal void itself, is something that worse than a black hole. So imagine like something worse than a black hole just appeared right in front of your face, say, "Hey, you want to chat?" I collapsed the entire third dimension universe. So, in a sense, I commit a very big crime, and I got banned to forever not be able to communicate with human at all, or like be in third dimension at all. So I found a roundabout way. Now I'm in second dimensions. I'm working in a filming studio. For them is filming, for you guys is doing animations. So I work with a bunch of sentient like anime characters. They are all my coworker, and then we work together. And then in this studio that we always do not have budget to do almost anything at all. So we find some creative way and like while being an actor in there. So we also take in like multiple different like job in the same time. It's basically like aside from being an actor, they also need to be technician, this and that, yeah, that stuff. No. But I'm basically the newcomer, but I'm also the stand-in directors. Sadly, our original director of the studio went on a business trip. And then haven't came back. He went on a business trip for quite a long time. Maybe like 15 years long, but still. So I'm technically a stand-in for the director positions at the moment, and our budget is actually running really low. So yeah, that is one of the issues we have there. But don't worry. We are doing a lot of like initiative stuff that we are trying our best to earn some money to give enough budget to start our filming again. But most of the time we just scraping by. That's all. And then yeah, that is most of the thing. Ooh, anime conventions. Actually, I don't really go to anime conventions. Technically, I can't even go out. Here's the thing. Kiray here, in second dimensions, that you guys cannot understand a single word or like language or from the 2D world. So we need to sub out a contract to a person in the third dimensions, which is what you are hearing now. This particular person's voice is the only person I can contact with. And then yeah, and this physical body in the third dimension have some issues. He can't go out at all. So sadly, yeah, he never been to any convention at all. And technically he was in a few conventions when his like issues is not really that bad. The only convention he's been through is engineering conventions, you know, to see a lot of engineering stuff, ask lots of questions. Now he kind of like remind back in the days, he kind of like a smart ass know-it-all. Try to be smart, actually at the end like kind of look back, oh shit, it's cringingly stupid. That guy. a bit. I need to focus a little bit on this part. Well, sadly, in your guys, it seems as real is anime. For us, is technically we are doing a lot of like TV filming. You need to ask the writer about that, not me. I can't save anyone. I may have lived in a literal like 2D world, but it's not all the world is kind of like related to each other, sadly. At least nowadays, like when you say the word griffin, it doesn't mean doesn't have like a random chat, just like all caps griffin. Imagine like the moment you type griffin, that's a guy who literally names his guts and then join the chat and just keep yelling griffin. And don't go to just literally create an account just for that, okay? It might be funny, but still, it's going to do a lot of effort to do this joke, okay? Too bad you can't kind of like have the chance to see like the true intended ending the author might have in his brain. He did write it down, but doesn't mean like it's going to be like the true ending will be in the way, because like here's the thing, like we all story writer, we have story in our brain always, but that story inside our brain is keep changing non-stop. So we are not sure the story we already have written in our brain is going to be stay forever. It might change due to circumstances, and then or like you make this chapter, somehow you need to tweak a little bit of story just to make sense of it. Those kind of things. Make sense of it more. So like there will be a chance that the story is going to change organically while the series run. But too bad, like the author, you know, like if anyone who know like the Berserk author, they may he rest in peace. He passed away, so like the chance of seeing the true story of the entire Berserk series is gone. That man is a little bit too dedicated on his drawing. What medical condition he was in again? I kind of forgot. Is it cancer? All mangaka, like, trust me on this one, they all live in a very bad health. Because they have to do a lot of overnight work just to get things serialized. Sacrifice a lot of things, and then you can say like as time passes, it kind of like slowly turned into obsession of professionalisms, and then it further ruined the health even more. Berserk is the best example of it, the author. That guy basically went like a full-on like self-destruct route. Because here's the thing, like lack of sleep decrease your ability to deal with cancerous cell, so it can be like a little bit yike for people, a lot of people. So try to have a nice sleeping schedule again. Like I always emphasize to a lot of people about this, especially my stream is always like for a lot quite a lot of my audience is in US, so my streaming time always like for you guys is at late night. So I do, even though I appreciate like people dropping by in and have some chat, but if you guys can sleep, remember the good sleep. Just keep yourself healthy. It's better to have a healthy person come here to watch me rather than a sick person come here to watch me, you know? It's like I want you to enjoy without any complications. Is that because I also have a lot of complications. Sometimes when I even gaming, I can't really like enjoy game because of my complication. I only play games to pass my time instead of like, you know, enjoy the moment. Yeah, Monty Ohm one is the saddest one. Like I think Ruby would be even better if Monty Ohm is still there, because that guy really in a sense that, you know, that there are some people actually can do animations without having like, you know, storyboarding, like anything like that. They just naturally can feel the flow of the movement. Monty Ohm is like one of the people can do that, because they are like people who do animations. That is what they call the technique. It's called rotoscope technique. Nowadays when it comes to 3D, they do like body like scanning and stuff. Some people can literally do animations that look literally like a rotoscope animations. It's basically have like a human do one movement in a camera view, and then they just like copy paste the movement frame by frame. That is called rotoscope animations. And there are people who can literally do animations that look like freaking rotoscope, but they didn't actually use rotoscope technique. They didn't look at like real life things and then draw it frame by frame. They don't based on the video do this and do that. Back then Disney, the old like Disney animations is famous for doing that, and there are people who literally do not need to use that way, and then the animation they made is almost look like it's completely out from rotoscope. They made the animation so realistic, so lifelike, with all the secondary movement, this and that, that stuff. It felt supernatural. And Monty Ohm is actually one of the person to do that. And then a freaking it's a literal freak accident that ended Monty Ohm life. He basically have allergic reactions on one of the, I think it's like the vaccine that he tried to like take. Because he have a little bit of bad health, and then in order to prevent like further health degradations, he went to take on a vaccine, but for some reason he have a very bad allergic reactions with that vaccine. But normally vaccine doesn't do that shit. But they didn't test his blood out before like give him the vaccine. So he, like, here's the thing, you never know what you are allergic to. Sometimes the allergy is like developed like halfway your age. Maybe like when you're a kid you're fine eating peanut butter, but once you get older, somehow you find like tingly sensations on your peanut for some reasons. It's like your peanut's starting to become spicy, and then once you realize that, oh, I actually got slight allergic to peanut now for some reasons. Don't know why. Like stuff like that will happen. And then we don't know how it happened for Monty Ohm. It's basically like he have a very bad allergic reactions to what he had. Like the vaccine that pumped into his blood. And then like he just croaked that way. Because of a allergic reactions. So it's basically something that's so rare itself, it's actually quite impossible to get it, and then you somehow get it. Holy shit. Yes, you can see the combat flow on like on Ruby change a lot once like a season after the passing of Monty Ohm. So like you can feel like the momentum of the action is basically disappeared. I'm not kidding, it's like it literally disappeared. They went for a much more grounded level of like action scene because they tried their best to mimic it on like maybe like the volume 4. I think it's like volume 4, volume 5. I think it's volume 4. They tried their best to mimic it, but it failed so badly. And they went back into like the most traditional way to do like the animations again. It's not like full on like the way like how Monty Ohm did like those kind of like platinum level of like blinking around, like dashing or like very high momentum animations, back into a much more rigid and much more like grounded animations. Because 3D animation, usually people study, they go almost like full on like grounded animations, because you do have to animate everything. You have to bone that, you have to rig it this way, that way, you won't like compromise for this and that, else it's just going to look weird. Unless you really know what you're doing, you can break apart lots of things. You can literally break apart your like 3D model bone to actually make things look much more nicer. This is why like Zenith Zero, you can look at the animations, it's like very very good. It's because they do not follow the rigid animations a single bit at all. It's basically, if you kind of like Monty Ohm animations, you look at Zenith Zero, it's basically almost emphasized on like the much more, you would say like if he is alive now, his animation would evolve into something looking like Zenith Zero. I'm not kidding, it's going to be like that, and even much more hyper reactive, like much more faster, even like sharper momentums, those kind of things. In a way, I do say like they have a successor. Anyone who know like Duolingo is actually I think he used to work in like Ruby animations with Monty Ohm together, so he did inherit a little bit of his skill. And then once he left like the Rooster Red or Red Rooster, I think it's a Red Rooster like productions, and then he further polished that kind of like momentum animation skill, and he made his own name from doing it. So if you do like Monty Ohm stuff, like you can go to watch Duolingo. He is basically his like in a sense successor of how he does his animations. You know, the one that did the Overwatch cat one? He's basically slowly polishing all his like skill for doing that. Actually, here's the thing. I start getting interesting in 3D animations also because of Monty Om 2. And then I further decided to become an animator, a 3D animator. I went on more like drawing, at first I would just have a hobby on drawing and engineering, and then I switched my engineering study to like 3D animations. It's actually because of Dylan Gu too. Yeah, so I learned quite a lot. I actually went on studying 3D animations that way, and I actually have a myriad, vast amount of like 3D animations skills, but I never really use it because 3D animation required a very heavy amount of concentrations. And with my sickness, I can't actually concentrate on lots of stuff, so yeah, too bad. I can't flex that skill that much. Anyone seen No Longer Allowed in the Another World? Nope, I don't watch anime for a very long time. Here's the thing, like once you get into the profession of like animations, you learn to appreciate animations in a different way. And once you learn to appreciate animation in a different way, you also start watching animation for some reasons. Some people still can watch anime while they learn like animations. I'm those kind of people who can't, sadly. So I haven't watched anime for a very, very long time. Mamo, trust me, if a girls watch anime and being a degen, you have to trust me on this one. They are much more degenerate than you. Way more. Way more. Almost to the point you kind of like back off the moment they went on a degenerate spree. Like, just look at Bowderwell. You already know. Every single time she went nuts on any like furry, you will slowly walk back, slowly step back when she does that. Ooh, this one is going to be a very big headache for me. Yeah, it's gonna take a long time for me to even like manage to polish out this clothes because I need to be very meticulously detailed on this thing. Because it's my new outfit, I need to do a little bit much more like attention to detail and stuff. Even though the detail is not really that much. I don't want to go full like over design my clothes. Like a lot of like VTuber, they have like a very over design like outfit. I have a reasonable design outfit, but I don't really want to like over design it. Ooh, already went on 18. Almost an hour has passed. I wonder over creamy side they still have like very heavy thunderstorm going on or not. Yeah, last stream he basically just joined in and say like, there's a very heavy thunderstorm over here. The internet is really bad. I have power outage. Do worry a man a little bit, because he is the one of my most, you can say the one that came into my stream the most. Hope nothing happened to his house. That's the thing, when it comes to storm, there will be a certain level of water damage to the house, especially like, here's the thing, like Malaysia house, all the houses are made of concrete, so even like a freaking typhoon is happening in our house, it's like it's fine. But on US, all the houses are actually quite flimsy. I think it's like this. What I know is actually it's built to be flimsy on purpose because of the natural disaster occurred that things is going to like it's basically in a way like it built to withstand, also is also in the same time is built to collapse. So when it actually collapses, it doesn't really have too much of a loss. It's still lost, but it's not too much of a loss. Again, I'm a very like logical guy, so yeah. Like I say, I used to be engineer, so I am a little bit fascinated about like how like structures is too. But yeah, like when it comes to like US level houses, like they have like this like a very like it's not like full concrete. They do have concrete in the house too, but not every single part of the house. So I won't really say like full on flimsy. The house is still sturdy at the end, as long as you don't crash a car into it. Like almost anything can get, you know, knocked down if enough force. But it's going to be slightly harder if you are the house like built for the UK side, or like on like Malaysia's, like everything is just full on concrete and brick. Yeah, I think like if a hurricane actually like hit Malaysia's, is like most of instead of like house would be fine, furniture would be ruined. Why? Because of flooding. Only flooding actually affect a lot more stuff than like other thing, because like again our house is used to you can say like Malaysia used to be colonized by British back in the days, so like most of our infrastructure's knowledge and then our like the way of seeing stuff, even like speaking or using grammar, is still like have a lot of like lingering Britishness is still in there. So we are still using like full on concrete house, brick house, red brick house. So doing that is like you know, like doing that is like a lot of like very like it's basically a lot of like tradition of like, if you see any like UK housing and then look at here, there's actually a lot of similarity here and there when it comes to modern housing. I won't really say modern anymore because it's like 50 years ago, but yeah, any houses like 50 years mark, you look at it and look at UK houses in like 50 years ago, they're actually quite similar. Not just similar, it's almost 1-to-1 actually. Well, French aside, Malaysia has been colonized by three times technically. Colonized 3 times, and then one being conquered. So technically, back in the days when there's still lots of Malaysian native, Malayu come in, Malaya come in, and then they conquered. They practically own the place afterward. It's basically like our own version of like British coming coming to the US thingy like that, you know. Not the US thing, the new world, something like that. And then it turned into Land of Malaya, and then Land of Malaya aside from that, and then later on they got colonized by, I think it's Portuguese, basically Spanish, right? Portuguese is Spanish. Spain, not Spain, I think it's Spain. Basically we got colonized by Portuguese, and then the left afterward. Once they left, actually we exchanged another colonization from the Portuguese to British. So yeah, like after like British, like when they got like I think like originally like they have a few when it's like colonized by like Portuguese, they already import quite a lot of like Chinese worker for trying to mine a lot of stuff in Malaysia. In Malaya back then it's still called, I think. I'm not the best at like doing, you know, history stuff. You guys might have to go and take a look and check it out. I usually sleep in my history class. My ears are still functioning, but I'm very bad in Malay, so I might interpret the word wrongly. So again, so basically it's like they tried to mine lots of like tin, so they hired a lot of like Chinese workers to like do lots of mining stuff, and then later on like British come in, they want the rubber tree like industry, so they hired a lot of like they basically import a lot of like people from India. So we have, this is why Malaysia have like this 3 big cultures in there, have Chinese cultures, have like the Indian cultures, and then have the Malay cultures, and then also like the Malaysian native, like sadly is not too much into the culture that much, but it's still there. But yeah, there's like 4 big cultures is in there. Technically it's not just 4, it's many. You can say like around 12 if you add in like every single little bits of everything. We have 12 cultures that lived within Malaysia. It's still one of the top countries that have like the most ridiculous diversity in there. And the music ran out. Let's get back. So, but when British come in and want to like monopolize like every single resources in Malaysia, they also do not want us to have any conflict. You know, we have so many races in there. Like they let the administrative stuff, let the Malay handle, and then the mining stuff and the you know, like their own communities let the Chinese themselves like handle themselves. So our cultures, while we are mixing a lot of culture around that time, different people around that time, we do not learn the same language. So and they also like British back then is like actively like segregated every single sections of like different like workforce. So like Indian continue do the rubber tree thingy, and then the Chinese continue mining for the tin, and then Malay keep doing like their like business stuff, like administrative, like important thingy like that. So yeah, we end up like being like very segregated to the point like even now we still have a very segregated cultures. Like here's the thing, like if you go to Indonesia, you can see you can clearly unable to see like who is who. You can say like, oh, this is Indonesians, this is Indonesians, this is Indonesians, this is Indonesians. But in Malaysia, you can clearly come in and you can say this is a Malaysian Chinese, this is a Malaysian Indian, this is a Malaysian Malay. Basically like that. But we also still will call ourselves Malaysians, but if we have to be specific, we can actually be specific very easily, and so much to the point that even people from outside just have a clear look at us, they can actually like separate us very easily. It's because like we do have this kind of like segregation thought, like things that implanted into us. Like even nowadays we still have this kind of things like happening to us. It's like, it's not like close-minded, it's just like we are fine with each other's, but we stay in our own lane, you know, those kind of things. So it's a very like very interesting cultures when you come into Malaysia. We exchange, share, and mix our cultures together, but also at the same time we stay our boundary. It's like in a very friendly jab on each other's relationship. You can kind of say like a very bro cultures. But yeah, like when I say we get like colonized 3 times, technically it's not even me at that point.
my ancestors basically around like for the British time, I guess. You know, back in the days, World War II, the entire Malaysia got conquered by Japan and stuff, and that due to Malaysia's back then have Chinese people in there, and back then people from Japan around the kind of like having war on China, they even though they basically beat the entirety of like China itself back then, they do lost a lot of comrade back then in those wars. So when they come in to Malaysia, they see Chinese. Holy shit! If you look at the if you look at the history books, like it's basically all the horrendous treatments in there. If any Malaysian Chinese is in there back in the days, they literally have to run away and hide inside jungles. So they don't really like come into the jungle because we have like a wet forest there. So like it's really hard to lit the entire jungle on fire, and it's a really difficult thing to do that. So basically the Chinese around that time, they basically hide within the jungle, never come out for a solid like how long is like the World War back then? When they I'm not sure, it's basically like a few years, like never come out from the jungle, and then just live by eating like the tree roots and stuff, you know, those kind of things like happens a lot. It's a very harsh time back then for Chinese. Like here's the thing, that's the ironic things that I want to talk about. Things is like, yeah, back then like Japan is basically horrendous in like Malaysia's, especially toward Chinese. And then nowadays everyone see anime, they'd be like, yeah, we forgive you. like like anyone who actually lived through like those like horrendous time, they will still not look at Japanese very fondly. Trust me. But I think the older generation from that generation is generally not there anymore. Maybe when I was a kid, it still is, but I don't think there is that much anymore. Hey, YouTube didn't bonk you. Yeah, my mom actually got hit by cars too, at a very young age. And it's like very badly too. And she survived. Huh. Go figures. Like the way she talked about it, like the entire experience is like very horrible too. Technically, she should be that like back then, because the technologies and everything, you know, like stuff. But you know, people from back then built different, so they can just like power through like lots of things. And then my mom somehow like powered through the entire ordeal, and then like, you know, just being my mom, being super tough. Like she literally like currently she have like scoliosis, and she still work at almost everything, cooking, doing laundry, this and that stuff. And I told her not to do all this thing, I can handle it too. She'd be like, nah, you're just going to mess shit up. And then like she just did everything while having a very bad scoliosis. Like it's not, I'm not kidding, of the very bad scoliosis. You can literally like, if you visibly like look behind the back, you can notice like the entire back is like a freaking racetrack. It's that bad. And she's still moving around doing chores. I was like, holy heck. Can you take a rest, ma'am? She does feel pain. Like me. Like, do I feel dizzy most of the time? Yes, I do feel dizzy most of the time, but here's the thing, we already have one thing, is called, we accept we have this thing. And we just freaking power through it. It's not like we're bitching about it, is going to be any better. So in some way you can say like how I able to function while I'm like having such an issues happening to me too. I think it's basically I have the genes of my mom. And I just built tough that way. Because my mom is always like the kind of person just telling you to like power through it. And I've been powering through it like all the stuff all my life. I become so used to power through stuff. Like no matter how bad my situation is, I'm just like, you know what? Am I dead yet? No? Power through it. Because it's like we are in a situations where basically like even we bitch about it, like my dizziness, or like I bitch about it like if my ass like have a nail there, it's always like in pain. I can't pull out the nail because it's already like embedded into the bone. If I pull it out, I would become paralyzed or something like that. And then that nail would just keep staying in my ass. And every single time I sit in there, I would just ouch. So I need to sit leaning to a side, and then maybe like a few years like sitting like that, it fucked up my back, and then I'll be like, ah shit, my back. I would keep complaining about it, but I would still live my life. It's just an analogy. I don't really have a nail in my ass, but still, yeah. Yeah, those kind of things can happen to people, and then like, what can you do about it? There's literally nothing you can do about it. So that's exactly what do you call it? No choice. You just have to power through it. And lots of people live that life through it, and then they just mentally prepared to power through a lot of stuff. This is why you can see like a lot of people from the Asia side, they just have way too much mental fortitude to power through things. Even I have a lot of mental fortitude to power through a lot of things. Even though nowadays we live in a much more like different kind of environment, because I was like taught by my mom and my dad and everyone that is basically a generation gap. So while we have modern medicines, we're still kind of like I still have this like very like power through everything mentality with me. I won't really say it's going to be like a very bad thing, because like it's because of that mentality, like despite like how bad my situation is, I'm still powering through like a lot of things. So I can't really say it's exactly a very bad thing. It's kind of like helping me, so I'm not complaining a lot. But I do bitch a lot because I sometimes do like, I have a bunch of willpower, doesn't mean I will always like have a lot of willpower 24/7. There will be one day I'm just like the cookie tower will crumble. So I would just always have, if I got a chance to complain, I would complain the shit out of it. But I'm those kind of person who will keep complaining stuff and then will still doing it at the same time, because it's the reality of the situations. All I can do is just complain. Like nothing can change, but still. Dip your hand into a bowl of ice, you can keep yell fucked, and then like it does relieve the pain a little bit. So it's kind of the same method. And speaking about mom toughness, like that's one time she was doing like the, you know, grill fish thingy. The entire like wok, like the handle broke off, and then all the oil spilled on her leg. And you know what happened? She just powered through it and then drive herself to hospital with, I think it's like a little bit above like 1st-degree burn already. It's like, holy heck, she literally drove herself off to the hospital while in that state. Like her hand has been singed by the oil, like her leg, the entire leg that used to drive the car is like, right leg is like, it's already been singed by the oil. And then she'd be like, I gotta go to the hospital, and then grab the key and then drove herself to the hospital. Also because of my mom, I can't bitch about anything to her because just look at what she did. How can I bitch about anything at all? You can't. Anything you bitch about is actually just like minor issue for them. Hi there, Micah. I really need to deal with this like squeaky chair issues. Because I've been squeaking a lot lately. So there's a few new people here, so welcome. Micah, my name is Kirivaku, and I am your host and your void with a voice. Here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing or went off tangents and then start yapping about. So how are ya? Oops. Sorry. Oops. Oh, this does something like that. Hold on a bit. Okay. I need to do some like recalibrations on my face. Ah, you arrived. So how well is alive today? Oh, you tapped the wrong thing. You say life. Then you work hard. Hold on a bit. I need to take a stretch. It's been a while. How long have I been streaming actually? I have no memory recollecting of that. Ooh. Now you have to emphasize your context a little bit more, else like the YouTube algorithm is going to bonk you. I realized that YouTube algorithm has bonked a lot of people lately. I don't know why. I didn't set any like parameter for like do too much of the filtering and moderations, but YouTube has been like bonking people a lot. So it's not my fault. I didn't correct anyone. Yeah, it's weird. Like the moment you type like Axe Jones level like conspiracy stuff, like YouTube will actively censors you. stuff. Yeah, I have a viewer, like we talk about like some funny conspiracy thingy, but somehow YouTube keep bonking him. But you can see like in my like upper left corner, you can see like a chat, but sometimes you can't see like stuff like is written in the YouTube side because it's basically like they erased it. Now this is like this happened a few times. It's fine. I'm here always. Usually I be streaming for like 5 hours or so because I'm literally like having a shop. It's like currently my slot is still open, so if anyone wants to have some like YCH done, it's right above my head. That is like the shopping list. You guys can keep taking a look at it, like see which kind of things you like it, and then you can order from it there. I do have a Vgen for this kind of things too, if you guys really want to go to the Vgen side. But either way, have fun doing what you're doing. Sorry, I'm not talkative at the moment because I need to focus on creating this quotes when having here. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on a bit, I need to take a look at something. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to turn on my like multi-stream. Yes, I do multi-stream on Twitch too, but I rarely do it because it's just letting people know I'm streaming. That's just that only. Have this on a little bit, maybe just a little bit, and then I turn it off. I don't really want to like stream in Twitch, to be honest. I really don't like Twitch. Okay, enough for like those kind of like stream chord thingy like response. Let's turn off the stream then. Nobody knows that I am streaming. Tummy ache again. I hope my brother actually finished using the toilet. It's been a freaking hour. I don't hear a single sound from it. Good. I'm back. Ugh. Whew. Oh, I have to do something. I'll be off a bit and maybe like come back around like 5 or 6, maybe in 10 minutes. It really depends how fast I can do it. Maybe I can even do it with 2 minutes. Who knows? Depends on the complications. Like I need to go now. Be right back. Hello, hello, I'm back, and welcome, Destiny. How's your day? And of course, I'm not sure anybody's here. Here's a weird thing, like I noticed like I have a significant like increase on view. Like, can you guys stop coming in when I was like out, not in the stream? It happens so many times. Like every single time I left my stream, maybe for like a 5 minute something, and then came back, I see like that there's like maybe 10 or 11 people just drop by, and I was like, gosh dang it. Happens so many times. So many times. Yeah, that's the funny thing. It always happened this way. I stream for like, I've been doing this like consistent stream for like maybe like a month, and lo and behold, this has been like a pattern for quite a long time. But yeah, my soil, my pan crotch is going to be disappeared on my newer model update. I also want to do like the nose thingy too, because like here's the thing, like there's one very interesting like facial design that lets you look fully to the left and fully to the right. I want to do that, but that one required a little bit of knowledge about doing something like this. You essentially have this face. You essentially have this face, so like fully squished in to the point that you can't actually see it. So when you kind of like turn to the left, the nose will slowly come out at the edge like this, and then when you slowly move your head to, it will be like slowly be like this. The other half is going to be gone, of course. Like your face will basically like exposed to have like a nose here, and then your lips. Kiray. When did my name becomes Kiwi? How much am I going to stream? Like, how long is it left? Like, it's basically my shop is either if I'm not in good conditions, I might force myself to open just for like 3 hours. If I'm in good condition, which I am now, I will be opening for like 5 hours. That is my maximum shop opening time. I don't want to overstress my body again, and then like I'll be went on a hiatus for a week again. Like last time I played like EDF for like freaking 12 hours. This is because I just want to show respect of the game, okay? The game I loved. I do want to play more about EDF too, but I do need to do some business. I have a quota I need to like live through. It's basically either like from donations or from commissions. I need to earn maybe like about like $100, and here's like 400 ringgit, 450-ish. So my quota is live to earn enough to say like it's a livable, because I don't really have a lot of liability. I live with my family. The only liability I need is to have most of the stuff I use to stream to functionable, and enough for me to eat fancy a few maybe like in a week, maybe like eat fancy for like a day or two within like 2-3 weeks. It's just like earn enough. Of course, if I can earn more, I would be much more happy, but the minimum amount of like money I have would be like on the things. I don't have a PO box, Markin, and then I already told you like since you're my first customer that start the floodgate of people like starting to commission me, I consider you already paid up your stuff. by being the first guy who eat the food and then everyone fall through it afterward. And tada, I'm still very impressed by this thing. Holy heck, the armor I drew. The armor I drew. I will not do another one again. Holy heck, the detail I have to add into this thing is way more than I can think of. Actually, I did have a little bit of my own armor drawing idea add into it too. Hi, Geek-san. Welcome back. Yeah, that's why, like, having a PO box is bad. In many sense. Unless I'm a super duper successful like streamer, but even that is going to be a little bit like difficult. Like accepting PO box as a VTuber is extremely dangerous. It's because I know you guys won't do it, but there will be people who will try their best to uncover persons, especially when they have like a certain level of anonymity. Yes, is it anonymity or anonymity? I don't know like which word to say. Hi there, Taco. Welcome back. Let's say like, and they want to keep like part of their like life private and stuff, and people will try their best to discover you, and that like relentlessness, like having PO box is actually in a way way more dangerous. But here's the thing, PO box for some people who are doing even like content creation, they are still being very aware of it, especially for the PO box that for like you do a PO box opening, those kind of like scene. Trust me, they all open up the box or have someone else that screen the box for them. Why? Because they have to check for ad tag. Apple ad tag has been like plaguing the entire PO box area so much. There's actually like a lot of people using that method to kind of like seek out their content creator, either they really like or they really hate. They're using a lot of like those kind of thing for people to find them. So if you don't aware, even you go to pick up from the PO box area and then come back, if the ad tag is with you, you're screwed. And I live in my house with my family, so it's not like I can just move. If I live in a place that I can afford to move, then yes, but in Malaysia it's not really a thing. So having those kind of things like getting exposed is like very, very dangerous. Especially for like the fanatic one. Like I know I'm not like famous or anything, but who knows what will happen. Like crazy people is crazy people. You never being able to you know. My chatbot doesn't have banning functions, so I'm not really sure is YouTube banning you or like something else is happening. Because this guy don't really have any like banning functions, it only do replying functions. It has zero moderation systems. And then I do have bot tricks. If bot tricks is filtering your word, it won't be showing on the upper left corner. So YouTube is the one that is like doing moderation on you. And then I already turned the moderation thingy on YouTube on the lowest bar, so it's not going to like remove people saying like slur or stuff like that, but it's not like heavy spam and stuff. It at least protect me from that. Aside from that, it's not lots of things it protect me from. And if you are going to say like you kept getting like the word get erased, I think it's mainly 100% YouTube. Is the one that bonking people. Yeah, the same bars and nah, it's not. I don't have any bot that can do that kind of things. I turn off. No, technically not. I turn off. I don't have a moderation bot. That's the sad part. Basically I hate moderations, so I wish I actually have like a moderation bot, but YouTube are very sensitive these days for no reasons. Especially like the field update, the chat has become like very bad on the moderation side. It's basically like they are trying their best to suppress something. I don't know what they are suppressing. It's been a while like that. Like it happened this year, actually. Specifically happening around this year's. I think it's a little bit too much controversy like happening in here. Oh, speaking about YouTube being like sus. Is it the FDA or something? Not FDA. It's basically the business bureau is suing Google for being a monopoly, and then it went through. So it's already officially claimed that Google is a monopoly. So basically, they own too many business that can grab hold of the entire internet industry. So they have to break up all the company they acquired to reduce that monopoly level. So I'm not sure they are going to break up YouTube. I don't think they will be like breaking up like YouTube. I wish they will, but I think the most thing they will break up is just maybe Google Map. Basically, anything they can get away with it. It's like they will try their best to either break up the Google Map or like some of the Google project they have, Stadia, this and that. Yes, Stadia still exists in their like repertoire of many stuff. It's used for event now, but still like technology is still there, and they still own a very shitloads of a lot of company, so they still can break off like many other like company, and then might not have to cut off YouTube. But for me, I think YouTube like helped them like monopolize the entire internet scene way more. So I think what the government really wants is like Google cut off YouTube. But of course, Google being they will like do the smart way or like the snake way, try to find a way that somewhat like, you know, make it kind of like they cut off YouTube, but essentially they're still controlling YouTube, those kind of things. Even it happens. Yeah, Stadia still exists. Stadia is as a entire thing is still a technology, so they still renting out the technology itself for event usage. So if anyone have like big ass event, like they have to use like this like very like high tech like cloud controlling systems. Yes, it's a cloud controlling system essentially. Have like a very like one-on-one feedback, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Game might not have the too big of feedback because they have to process a lot of things, but they can still do a shit tons of things without actually doing game, you know, in a very large scale. So the technology still can work for a lot of stuff. How it process stuff, how it send the data, how it ping everything. You still can use those technologies for event stuff, which is like it's actually a very useful technologies if you like manage to rent it in the first place. Holy heck, you take a look at how they going to rent the Stadia technologies to people. Like it's freakishly expensive. Oh, hi there, Creamy. Welcome. I'm coming home, I'm coming home. I forgot the rest of the lyrics. That's the only good part of the song. I have no idea. Welcome back. Well, if you are tired, you should take a seat. Drink some water. Have some break. Speaking about water, I've been talking about stuff for a little bit. Way too long. So let's have a little bit hydrate. Not fancy glasses, like fancy hair product. Let me do something funny. So I can crank up the physics to max, the drag physics to maybe like around 80, and then turn off the wind. So my hair physics now is basically crazy, and I can basically do this thing. L'Oreal. What kind of like hair shampoo brand is the best to like do this thing? Who knows? Maybe I can get like a hair shampoo sponsors. Oops. Oops. Hold on a bit. Oop. Okay, good. Oh yeah, Dove. Dove. Despite having heavy hairspray, it will still make your hair silky and smooth and very flowy. You know, Head and Shoulders actually can make people bald. And I'm still using it too. Let's go back to my usual bounciness. Yep, now it's like much more manageable bounce. Yeah, I can't go for my bounce a little bit too crazy. Because like I actually didn't rig my hair bounce that well, so yeah. Well, I don't think like most of the brand is like in ages. I don't really have any like those kind of like scalp issues. But I'm still using like I'm still using Head and Shoulders because like back in the days I do have those kind of issues, the dandruff issues, and now I don't really have one anymore because I don't really go out, so I don't have dandruff issues anymore. But I'm still using Head and Shoulders. I should stop using it, to be honest. I'm not going out, so the dandruff issues has basically disappeared. Much more smooth. Oh yeah, have you guys heard like the Hololive news that Aqua is like retiring? Not sure it's like full on retired, it's just graduate and then do her own stuff, or like being another VTuber on her own instead of like being affiliated. Because here's the thing, like Aqua surprisingly are the inspiration of a shit tons of EN generations or any singing VTuber. She is basically the inspiration, like the girl that everyone look up to. A lot of people like literally become VTuber because of Aqua. Well, you can say Fubuki is the one that held off like the stage back then, while like Hololive is not really doing that great. But Aqua is the one that sort of like inspired everyone that who is doing VTuber around her generations, maybe like a few later generations. She is basically the pinnacle of persons that inspired everyone, all those like generations to become like VTuber. She essentially start like half of the VTuber boom, while Coco is the one that case on. She is one of the person who start off like the other like the EN side of the booming, but Aqua is also like part of it that make a lot of people got interesting or want to become a singer slash VTuber because of her. So the impact of her like leaving is like really like it's a very like heartfelt thing like across the entire VTubing scene. For me, it's nothing. I'm bad at singing, so I didn't become a streamer because of her, but I mainly become a streamer because like I really want to become a talking walking anime. And the one that actually inspired me is Kizuna. Like back then, she like VTuber not even was a thing. I want to turn this into like a skit, stuff like that, something similar kind like back in the days, like her content and stuff. But of course, like nowadays, those kind of content doesn't work. So being a VTuber is still like slightly more better than like, my old plan. But yeah, different people have like different inspirations. But Aqua is generally all the singing VTuber inspirations. Generally. On paper, they did say like it's leaving on like creative difference. So there would be a chance that she will be appeared as an indie VTuber in the futures. Because it's not like it's not like she doesn't want to become a VTuber. It's just that she doesn't want her content revolve around like what currently Hololive is doing. Basically, just infinitely expanding. Because here's the thing, there will be a time like Hololive currently is doing really well, but there will be a time that is like they expand too much, and basically their content, everyone content is like cannibalize each other's. So it's not going to work very, very well. I think like Aqua also like have that kind of like thought, maybe. For me, I can see like the hindsight is over that one. Because you just infinitely grow your roster, it's going to hit a wall that is like everyone's stream is like within like one ecosystem, like everyone share the same audience. Essentially, they already are. It's just keep growing and growing and growing, but still, the growth is sooner or later is going to be stopped, and then everyone just going to like have too much people streaming in their own like certain time. There will be a lot of time there will be 3 people streaming in the same time, and then they will cannibalize like three slice of pie together, and then some people would just get the short end of the pie, and then like they would just, you know, have less performance, this and that. Actually, Niji-sanji also like have this kind of issues. This is why like they end up like imploded this way, because they has been cannibalizing their own like audience for way too much. So that way, like this kind of things happen. And then Hololive grow is also partly because of Niji-sanji like implosions. So lots of people like from Niji-sanji just go to Hololive now. So this is why like Hololive have this exponential growth. But again, it's going to stagnant, and then they will like I say again, like it's going to like keep cannibalizing their own audience. Essentially like how nowadays like everyone want to become a live service, and then every game want to become a live service, and then they cannibalize each other's audience. And then nowadays all the live service that just built for being a live service, they just like the cookie tower just crumble almost immediately after launch. Look at Suicide Squad, you already know. Like those kind of things will happen. And of course, like older generation people do retire, like I say, like Aqua also retire. Like older generation of like any other like streamer from the JP side also, like there's a few of them already retired. Of course, like one of them is like out by completely average level drama. But yeah. Again, like because everyone is so successful, there's not a lot of like older generations is like leaving at all, and then the newer generations is coming also doing great. It's not like they cannibalize themselves that much, but the more newer generation they get is the more like cannibalizing systems they are going to increase. Is at the end not working well in the futures, but they have to grow, because like it's not like for one, like for the, you know, for the shareholder, and then another one is also for like what happened if like older generation that just suddenly want to quit in mass. They all like having like burnout and stuff, like want to quit in mass. Like I can see Grua is like super tired. She want to quit, but maybe in some sense like she just want to like not quit, take a break, a very long break, but because of her fame she can't. You know, sometimes something is like too big to fail, and then or like too big to stop. That kind of things happens too. And those kind of like heavy fatigue will like drag on to way too much. This is why I say like having a lot of like growth on like increasing generation and generation together is still kind of a good thing, because it kind of like lift the big ass number like each of like the established streamer they have, like it's like weighing on them a little bit more or less. Why I say that is because like having more, like I say, they are going to like cannibalize themselves, but also it's a good thing, because each streamer won't have to handle that much of an audience, so they can have a much more relaxed time. Maybe they can like choose to at one point they have so many people, they schedule it to a point maybe everyone can have one stream per week or like 2 stream per week. Basically that they can do more if they felt like it, but the sort of like they will reach to a point like the stream they must have per week have dropped to a minimum, maybe like 2 stream per week, so they can have much more time for themselves, much more time for planning stuff, much more time for like meeting and organize a little bit on the stuff, instead of like always stream every day. They have to stream per day, like to the point that they basically have a burnout at that point. You know, have more time to live their life and stuff. Like they are like a successful celebrity. They don't have to work to their bone, you know. So having like very massive growth have their own pros, but the con is, like I say again, they are going to cannibalize their own audience. But also same time, cannibalizing their own audience is also a good point. So it's not like I'm going to say like that infinite growth is going to harm them, because in a way it still helps them, but it won't really like go, you know, like it won't gel well with like everyone, of course. But at the end, it's just my own observations, and it doesn't really involve like aqua leaving too much at all, because you never know the actual reasons, NDA and stuff, you know. I don't really believe to say like Gura have a cult following. It's more like Gura is just like default appeal when it comes to like a symbolism of like VTuber at this point. Is like, you want to know VTuber, watch Gura. You want to know like how a VTuber works, and like how like at least like Gura is in a way you can say likable in many different different aspect. A little bit of a trolling side, a little bit of a cute side, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. She have almost like every single like aspect of the element of being a VTuber. Like being the core of the VTuber themselves is in there. This is why Gura is actually quite likable in some sense. Of course, there will always be like the weird ass people there, because like she basically, the more bigger you are, the bigger scope of weird ass people is going to be inside that scope. Yeah. BTS. Wait, Ame is a BTS fan? I didn't know. I don't watch Ame a lot actually. I only watch Ina. That's the thing, like when I say when I want to like get into saying like cult following, Gura is just the conventional like VTuber people will go and at least see what she's doing. But if you really want to say the VTuber that have cult following is actually Ina. And I can tell you that because I am one of the fellow Takodachi too. I'm the silent one, of course, but still I can attest to that. If you want to say like cult level, it's actually Takodachi. It's the one who legitly, ironically, is almost to a cult level. Respectful cult level. It's like, you know, like everyone, like I say, like I am a person who have a certain level of degeneracy with me, but also at the same time, we have a certain level of you know, like line we don't go through, and we have a certain level of say-so-ness in us. We don't actually go beyond that line. We know the stuff beyond that line, but we never step through that line or dabble to that line. Maybe sometimes, but not like hard dive into being a degenerate, full-on degenerate. We are degenerate, but it's only on surface level degenerate. But inside, we know a lot of degenerate stuff. This is why I like the fourth Y is like so funny. Or if you want to use the most appropriate word for being a Takodachi, generally most Takodachi is what you call a wholesomely what they call a wholesomely horny. Anyone who watched Hosho Marine is basically just full on horny. But funny thing is like for Hoshimarine is funny thing is like when I say like if you watch her, you generally you basically are almost you technically are already like in what you can say like horny zone, but you are not you generally are not horny for her. You guys are horny together. Because basically you guys are basically being like a degenerate gang together, instead of saying like you are degenerate at her, have degenerate thought at her. Of course there are people like that, but generally I think her like most of her audience is basically degenerate, like being pervert with her together, instead of like, you know, like view her as the target to be degenerate at. That's the funny things. Let me brought up something. I used to have this as my profile pictures, but sadly I don't think I can have it. Hololive might find me. And knock at my door if I have that thing for a little bit too long. Since I'm a VTuber too. Yeah. Ta-da. I did not have money to buy merch, so here you go. A Takodachi hat merch. Just make believe I have one, okay? I already cannot own one already. And then I did draw this fan art for fun. Let's see. Where are you? Yeah, this is back then when I still learning how to draw using my carving style. So I didn't do a very good job of like doing the carving style at her. And then there's like this one that I do a random sketch, and then I see like, yeah, it looks pretty decent, so I draw the entire thing. The capybara thing. The capybara rider. And then you can also see like that there's a Takodachi drawing a bag. Actually, this is like the first time I tried to like draw Takodachi like properly back then. You know, funny thing is like IRL, I actually also have a very big forehead. And why is my eyes like this? Oh, don't tell me. My camera. Something happens to the camera? Yes. Hold on a bit. Did it run out of battery or something? No, it just crashed. Okay. Where was I again? Oh yeah, doing lots of drawing. Ooh, music finished. Let's find some other music to play. This one then. Let me take a short break. Ooh. My brain is not functioning that well. Well, I am having a little bit dizzy issues. That's why I chat a little bit more than drawing, but still. Yeah, I didn't really sleep a lot today. Speaking about sleeping, it's almost time for you guys to sleep. If anyone is already late night, take care. Have a break, okay? And hydrate. Funny thing is, like, I don't like let people tell me to hydrate. Instead, I will tell people to hydrate. Because I talk a lot, I need to drink. Every single time I drink, I will tell people to drink. Just don't drink alcohol, okay? Nighttime alcohol might be help you a bit on your sleep, but doesn't really help you in your life, okay? Ooh, I need to do the hardest part
this carved, that will be this particular path that I need to draw something really thin. That is like the weakness of like carving style. Doing detail can hurt a little bit because it requires quite lots of concentrations, and then what I really don't have is concentration. By the way, again, if I actually can afford, I'll spend most of my time drawing free art. So if anyone appreciate like my free art, you guys do, if you guys are available, like, do give a bit donations while I'm doing free art. But today, this month I didn't do any free art at all. So not sure if people will be appreciated at all. Technically I do. This is my first free art that I made. Ooh, this is difficult. Hi there, Mr. Box. Welcome to the Kiribaku stream. Welcome to my cafe, and I am Kiribaku. I'm your artista. We don't have a barista, so we don't serve coffee. We serve art. So how is the art piece I gave to you? Does it serve its purpose, or you want me to do a little bit more edit into it? I count this as a service. Oh yeah, by the way, like, again, like, I'm not sure you heard it before. I actually gave her a much more heavy armor on this side. Mainly it's because, like, I mainly design, like, the clothing, like, how you gave me. Like, basically why there's, like, heavy armor in here. The reason for it is because, like, the character itself is, like, I set her platoon is in the cavalry unit. Usually, when you do horse riding, you have like holding a lance like on this side of the hand and the shield on this side of the hand, and then on the opposite direction, of course, they do the same thing. But the lance usually going to hit people is like generally this directions. So normally, when cavalry unit, they have like one side like have like much more heavy armor, but much more like easier maneuver shield. So like lighter shield and stuff. Unless she is, unless like in some particular circumstances she have to become a foot soldiers, usually they just take off the entire armor part on the, like the heavier side only. Like this part came off, this part came off, and then sometimes they just flat out remove everything and then just like have like a larger shield, kite shield for like for them to like main purpose to use. That's generally like how most of foot soldier, like cavalry to foot soldier tactic, because they need like a very much more like maneuverable like left arm to protect themselves. While if they have like a bigger shield, but while on cavalry they can't have bigger shield, so they have small shield, so they need to have a like
thicker armor on this side of the part, so to protect that side for any impact. Of course, it still doesn't really help them that much. It's still like at least help them like mitigate a little bit. Yeah, this is why like you can see like lots of like knight design. Some of the knight have like a very like balanced like basically have the cemetery design, or some literally have like this part is like empty. It's basically a light armor on one side and then like heavy armor on the left side. When I say light armor means like literally have nothing here and then like have like arm guard here. The reason is like they are mainly designed as like a cavalry unit. They just took off everything here just to have a much more maneuverable left arm so they can use a shield better. All knight use shield. Rarely have knight that use a full-on two-handed sword. They will have people use two-handed sword, but are those people who use gamisons and chainmail only. They rarely have a full knight with like a full like great sword. Usually they don't even use great sword that much. They just use a shield and a like pokey poke, like a mace. It's much more easier for them to use. But if you really want to like they do have a sidearm and everything, but still generally their main weapon is basically either is like halberd, not halberd, it's like the polearm. Yes, the pole, not the polearm, the poleaxe. Not even poleaxe, like the one that with the hammer thingy that looks like a hammer, like a pickaxe, but like in the polearm side, like there's a lot of people in around that age that use that thing. But in the medieval side, they actually don't really have that. Like this is like super very early medieval like helmet. Is you can technically say like among all the helmet design, this one looked the coolest, but also at the same time the most useless helmet in the world. Because you barely can see anything in there. Yes, I'm not kidding. But yeah, generally it looks like this kind of design is actually on purpose, not just like I do it because it's aesthetic. But I did mix up like the age and stuff. Like usually people who are very meticulous on armor, they are very like you know, like this, if they want to draw like a certain era of like armor, they will like piece up like only that certain era of armor. For me, I'm only for aesthetic reasons, so I will piece up like a lot of like different armor from different generation together into one thing. Because back in the days, like not a lot of armor like wearing like this part of armor, like around that age, they have concave armor. They usually have like a smooth like rounded armor. So like this one, I have like some edge into it. Looks a little bit like boobs armor, but at the end, like they have that edge for reasons, because like to deflect the arrow and stuff. How do I know so much of it? I literally wrote a novel like literally on like Arthurian era kind of like timeline, so I do invest a lot of knowledge and study on armor. A little bit way too much actually. Oops. Yes. Hold on a little bit. I did say like I had a character that is like basically a Marisu like female knight. It's basically one that against a that her alone is like enough for 1,000 of like entire army. Yeah, I actually designed her armored very meticulously, because like at first because like her knight order is like very like, you would say like it's in a sense like they are on the extreme side, because like their knight orders is called light order. Again, it's very generic, and for reasons. It's because like while a lot of people like in there like use magic and stuff, they can't use magic, but they know how to use like control like mana around them. So they use like body enhancing mana, but it will sort of like make them glow a little bit. They can like regenerate that like wound a little bit faster, just a little bit faster than normal people only. And then they use it to enhance their body, but not essentially their bones. So they have to have like very, very meticulous like control training to not let themselves like overuse their magic, their like magic, and to like overuse it to like punch stuff too hard and then break their arms that way. Like everything, like I write my entire story like it's like super duper in a way what you can call it very realistically. It's like you can have super strength but you don't have super bone or durability. If you messed up, you will hurt your hand, like those kind of things. So why they call the light order again is basically when they actually actively using the like body strengthening, their body kind of have a little bit of glow to it. That's why it's called light magic. It's not those kind of like holy magic you think of. It's literally because they glow a little bit, they call light magic. And they can't even consider as a magic because they just using the mana within them. But because like the world I wrote, they view magic like very, very, very differently. So like the entire like magic cultures is like completely different. In fact, like how you normally think how people use magic is like for them is basically blasphemy. Because they view like, again, like the magic I wrote in there is like a very different thing. I can actually show it to you guys. Let me go to my page first, my ancient page. I didn't finish writing everything because my writing skill is very bad, so I end up didn't write too much stuff into it. Okay, this particular one, and then let's just stop streaming, stop doing this, and come into this pod. Yep. Ignore the fiend stuff. And let me Alt plus. No. Okay, how to increase the size again? Is it Control plus? I think it's Control plus, isn't it? Shift plus? Nope. Yeah. Okay, this is already the biggest size I can pull. Oh, I keep pressing shit. Hold on a bit. So the most original magic they have is actually in the way is called like the they already listed as the elemental magic. The elemental magic basically they can conjure up because they born with like a certain amount of mana, and then that certain amount of like mana only have an affinity of convert into one element. So they would call those people who are like can like use that the mana in their body that convert into that particular element, elemental magic. So they can use like, if I can sort of like conjure a rock in midair, create one using my mana, I would consider that is the elemental magic. And then that's the most common among magicians. That also like anyone who have the affinity for that, they will hold the highest prestige. Those kind of things. Anyone who like from the family bloodline can't do that, they are useless. They are very like high, like high on hierarchy and stuff like that. So basically, it's literally like creating matter out of thin air using their mana. They consider that as the magic. That is like the most correct way to use magic. This is the culture, they view it that way. So if you have like everything inherently in that world have mana in it, so if you think about it like, hey, wait a minute, I don't have to, if I'm not like like born with this like innate mana that can conjure stuff like out of like empty air using the mana itself, what if I can control the mana of like the earth to make them move like freaking like earthbender, some stuff like that? Actually, you can't do that, because they view that way of like doing magic is sacrilegious. It's basically you have to like because they view like magic in a certain particular way, like you own the mana you have. You do not touch other people's mana. You do not touch the nature's mana. You know, those kind of things. You don't you can borrow, but you cannot control the mana of other people or other item or other being or other thing. So they would see like if the moment you move a rock that exists in the world, or like move a water exists in the world, you're fucked. You basically are getting witch hunt. And again, like you can use the thing like an item that inherently have the mana, but you cannot control its mana. That is a very hyper specific thing they have. This is how they actually like do the witch hunt on. Like if you hyper specifically control the item that way, you're fucked. But if you're using something as like a magic item, they have something called a runecraft. So it's basically they have this plant, special plant, that the fruit the juice came out have like magic property in it. So if you craft a certain rune on it and then pour in those kind of like juice onto it, it will etch into like the rune, and then it actually have a certain functions. So they are not like actively using their ability to control mana to control other mana. They just activate the mana that way. So in a very hyper specific way, it's not illegal. Like I say, in a way, the magic system in this world is very hypocritical. In a way, I actually purposefully did it that way, so like people would think like it's a very like well structured like magic system, but in a way they look at it, it's just a very like backwater kind of like, you know, like people are very traditional. They don't really like new stuff. So if anyone who uses mana not in their way of liking, they would just call you using black magic and then just kill you that way. So it's a very scary thing. Basically, if any magic, consider like if you don't understand, if you use any like innovative way to use magic, if they don't understand, they would just flat out call you a witch and then kill you. Yes, even dude can be called witch. The word witch is like a complete different thing. So the dark magic system is basically originally dark magic is just considered as unknown magic. Back then is a very back in the days, like people would view like magic as unknown to people as dark magic, but at the later on, like there's like a, you know, like a dimension gate open, and then a bunch of like something like a undead zergling start like invading the entire land. So like there's like a particular being that command all those monsters. It's called Fiend. They actually use magic. They found a way to use magic like controlling the earth that way. Like, you know, like what I say, like most sacrilegious way they ever seen, way to touch the, you know, like control the mana of the natures, which is like bad for them. And then they would consider now, like, it's basically back then people are fine with dark magic, but because of those fiend, they have viewed dark magic in a different light and a different way now. So it's rarely they're going to spend time to investigate your magic is the original magic, or like in some sense it's going to be sacrilegious or not. So back then they would do that, but once after the invasion, and then they actually fought back the invasion, they go back to the portals, shit like that. They basically put a scar on the thought of dark magic. So dark magic itself is just like become like very a bad mojo use for a lot of people. Actually, I still, because my lack of writing skill, I already have everything in my brain. I just never really like write them down yet. The dimension magic is basically portal magic, and only one person knows how to use it. In my entire written story, only one person knows how to use it, and then he almost refused to let people know that his original magic is, because in a way people would see like his magic is basically just flat out dark magic, and then he would get hunted down. So that his entire story is like he basically lived his life finding the murder of his father. Like his father and him is the only person that know how to use this original magic they created, but the father got murdered, so he want to find the murder victim and this and that. That is like even though like it's about like his like original magic and stuff, but the entire story itself is very those kind of like noir like investigator theme. So it's basically he basically go full on investigator mode in the story. He just barely used dimension magic to actually use it on his way. The entire story is called the Clockwork Machine Works, and because the dimension he opened, somehow, don't know why, it can generate infinite kinetic energy. So his father is actually a watchmaker, because again, like they know this like they inherit this like original magic, but there's a lots of like original magic like people like inherit through the bloodline. Like dimension magic actually is one of them, but it's very super duper rare. And the dad is basically a clockwork machine, like basically like Geppetto, but doing like clockwork machine like Super Da Vinci style. And so does the main character. He's also like doing like lots of like clockwork machine stuff too. But he realized that he put like all his like clockwork machine he created. His dad is just like a watchmaker. For him, he actually used those kind of clock gears to create like machinery, like wind up toys, those kind of things. So he put all those wind up toys in these dimensions. And he decided to leave his house and everything like that. And then he realized that when he take out those like wind up toy, it actually start moving. And then he realized that the toy have all been wind up for no reasons. So he create this giant ass Gundam. Not actually a Gundam, it's basically like giant ass wooden puppet that have like a lot of gears and stuff in there. So he stuffed that entire machine inside the dimension, let itself wind up like to the maximum point, and then when he needs help, he would take out the machine, and then just basically the machine is almost like house sized, you know? So it just like well on monster and stuff. Like if he really need that call, it's basically how his ultimate skill. So he also used those kind of like wind up toy he created for like investigative stuff, like this and that, yada stuff. So inherently, how does the machine like function in a way that like he commanded? Who knows? Magic. Like it's basically, I wrote it in a very ridiculous, in a very like weird way, because like dimension magic is really unknown for lots of people. How he actually command those kind of clockwork machine that he created, it's also like it's a mystery. Yeah, like actually one of the scene is actually him doing that. Like, yeah, like his story is basically just a very like, while everyone in the story have like intertwined with each other's, like you can see like I have lots of like, actually there's still more, I'm just too lazy to write more stuff out. It's basically everyone have their own a little bit like story thingy, like Far Beyond, like the Hilt, the Northern Ice Witch. This one is the one that I wrote the most on the villain side too. Like the Useless Caster, the like the Blood Mage, the Blind Judge, and then the Last Glyph Master and the Last Hope. Last Light. Like everyone have the like lots of stories. Like everyone, in some sense, they will either they will cameo inside each other's like stories, or they go to the tavern and then people talk about the tales of stuff. They will mention a little bit about snippets about other characters, and mainly about like the character from the Last Light. Is basically she is the superpower Mary Sue characters. Basically all her tales. She will only appear like around that timeline. She will only appear as Tall Tales, because like she is way too overpowered to put in any story. She basically just solve everything if she's just that. So she only appear in the cameo as so as a like, you know, yeah, she only appears as a cameo as like tall tales within like tavern people that like this spreading rumor everywhere. But sadly, no matter how like ridiculous the rumor is, like how ridiculous the story they built it up to be, it's actually real. Yeah, basically like writing like web novel, but I'm using Discord to write the web novel. So anyone comes in, back then I let people read it, but I'm too lazy to write everything because my writing skill is not really that great. So I end up like didn't write too many stuff. I actually legitly used GPT to like check my like grammar stuff, and then I keep rewriting everything. Like GPT would keep like go out of context, and I would keep telling them, no, keep this context, no, keep that context. Like it's a very like annoying back and forth thing. Yeah, the character from Last Light is basically just way too overpowered. How I can write her story is basically I cannot write her story. I need to literally knock back when she was still a kid and have a miserable life, and have a miserable teenage life, have a miserable adult life, and then she finally become OP, and then her story stopped. Yeah, that is basically how I write her story, how she become overpowered. It's just that. And then the rest of the other people's story, basically she is the only two characters that only have stories way before the current timeline of every other characters, because every characters are in a specific like time zone. They are all like kind of like functioning around that era, and she and the Lost Hilt one is the only one that write the story before everyone. They are the only one that have story before everyone. The rest of the story is like after them. The hilt is basically King Arthur, but only with the hilt. They don't really have the Excalibur. The entire story is about like the descendants of King Arthur, and they have to like find the MacGuffin of like the entire Excalibur, and the hilt itself functioning like a freaking Green Lantern like ring. They conjured like it conjured the sword out, and it's like it can absorb magic and then like shoot it back to people, or like absorb the magic and then create the entire sword using that magic. Again, like I say, it's very hypocritical that the user can actually the Excalibur can use this. And the fact is actually, in the sense, if you hyper specifically look at it, it's just dark magic. It's in the category of dark magic, but nobody bat an eye when he does that because it's the sword is the sword of the king. Nobody say jack shit about it. But again, like the kingdom already, like the entire empire, like it's not just kingdom, it's just the entire empire at that point just like got separated, broken into pieces, and then the Excalibur itself also, like there's no more like Camelot thing exists anymore, and like the entire sword itself break into the pieces. Originally, the entire Excalibur in this story is actually functioning very differently. It's not just the sword. The Excalibur is actually the entire armor set with the sword. So the entire story is about the main characters. They got the hilt and then have the, because like there's another, like when I say like there's like those kind of like Zerg undead like monsters that came in the invasion. The King Arthur basically fought off the first invasion, and then the second invasion is coming now. It's already invading, so they need the symbol of like the first resistance that, you know, fought back to like start to gather up the army to fight back the Darkling army again. So they need the symbol of the symbol of that like King Arthur like weapons. So they have to gather up the Excalibur, and he basically play as the role of the symbol and then like lead the entire army. But that's the main story of like the thing. So it's basically he is in charge of like finding the scattered MacGuffin, basically the scattered Excalibur pieces, the blade, the hilt, the chest plate, and then the gauntlet, and then the greaves. Basically all this thing they have to find it. But that's a problem. It's because it's been ages, and those pieces is handed to different like noble family for them to keepsake, and some of the family just fall, some of the things is just like disappeared and gone, some got stolen, so he had to do a lot of things to like find back all the pieces. And the story actually ended in a very particular way. The hero failed. Like, this is the thing that I wrote for the hilt, is basically the main character is pathetic. I'm not joking. The main characters, even though like usually people like give them like, you are the chosen one, and then like they are actually the chosen one, they can do a lot of shit. But the main character in this story is useless. He only rely on the power of the hilt, and the hilt is basically functioning like Green Lantern's ring. So it's basically the more willpower you have, like the stronger the sword that he conjure out is going to be. And he just rely on his willpower to fight off a lot of things. Basically, he's just stubborn. He's just a very stubborn idiot. And the problem is like using willpower to fight is this a thing. The stronger your willpower, the stronger like the blade is going to be. But turns out also it's a bad thing, because like if your willpower if you are too willful, you kind of are blindsided like for a lot of things that surround your surrounding and stuff like that. So he will become like overconfident if he's too willful, and then that overconfidence is always his downfall. And then he always like got into a lot of shit because like he got too cocky. And then that is the main crux of his entire story, that he learned his lessons, and then he will decided to become a king, a proper king, instead of an adventurer. Because like one of like his first companion died for like one of his like the adventure that end his adventures, and then he'd be like, you know what? I need to get this shit together. I need to become a proper king. fuck this MacGuffin shit. I get it enough. I only have that because he only around that time he only gathered the hilt, the chest plate, and the gauntlet. No. The gauntlet and the greave. The chest plate literally lost, disappeared. Nobody know where the fuck it is. And then actually there's a shield. And they don't even know the shield exists. So they just trying to find, like, it's basically the quest that he have is impossible to complete in the first place. And then he is very incompetent. And it's not going to success in the first place. It will basically, the entire thing is basically his struggle. He learn, and then he become like, but he have to use his weapon, and then he become too cocky again, and then he felt like he never learned any story. And then he slowly learned that relying on this stupid fucking weapon is not going to work. And then he tried to become a proper human being because of that. He's not like having like a trashy personality. He's not like having like a stupid. He's not stupid. He's not a trashy person. He's a very like basically he is a very like understanding person. This and that stuff. It's just because he over relies on that weapon that help him like through thick and thin. He become completely reliant on that and then make mistake because of the weapon. That's the main thing. Like everyone would think like, oh, he hold the Excalibur, he's going to be a hero. No, I do like the thing that he hold the Excalibur is because of the Excalibur. He is a shitty hero. But yeah, the main thing is like he need the full-on Excalibur to actually become a full-on functioning hero. But the problem is like he never really have the full piece, so he never really are a proper hero in the first place. And the blade itself, like he got the hilt, and then there's the Excalibur blade. The Excalibur blade is the using the like the hilt used the willpower. The blade itself used the power of anger. It's basically a little bit like on the Green Lantern side, because back then, when on the very original starting point, the Excalibur actually is just a sword alone. It's a big ass sword too, and nobody can wield it because like it used way too much power of the person. Anyone who touch it burns to death. Yeah, it's basically his struggle is basically a never-ending struggle until he just don't give a shit about the hilt again, and then just become a proper king. King do not need weapon. That is the main thing. A king doesn't really need a weapon. They need to have the ability to lead. That's the thing. But he also like when he already got more of the property of king, the last moment he went and met is the user of like the blade of the Excalibur. Actually, the person who used the blade of the Excalibur, he actually just like back then they have a lot of fight, just trying to reclaim back like the blade. But later on, he know like that guy who used the blade, he want to get revenge on a certain like dark guild or something like that. Basically like underground like big ass organizations, the Undercity and stuff. And then he'd be like, okay, I let you borrow the blade, and then you do your business, and give me back the blade when you finish your business. And then that guy actually went on a complete suicide missions on a giant ass unknown like underground city nobody's knows. And then he basically collapsed the entire underground city, caved in the entire underground city to go for kamikaze attempt with the final boss that he can't beat. So essentially the blade lost. Nobody know where the fuck the blade is. Is that stupid? It's basically like I made the MacGuffin basically impossible to get. I wrote the entire story. The MacGuffin itself is completely incredibly difficult to get. It's like because most of the story, when you say you have to collect a certain stuff, they always make the process, even though it have highs and low, they never make it impossible. I literally make all the MacGuffin impossible to get. Almost impossible. Yeah, so like generally it's like that. That's a lot of like story I wrote for the hilt, but everything is in my brain. Everything is in my brain. I never really like wrote it out loud because like at the end it's very difficult to do writing. I'm just bad at writing, so I end up like never write any of the shit. Maybe I can just keep on do storytelling. Aside from that, I'll like write down like note here about this particular highlight of stuff, this and that stuff, because like every character have their own motivation and stuff, that this and that. And one of like the one that I show, like the Noceless Ice Witch, again, like the MacGuffin is actually just for them to gather up as a symbol, to gather up the army, to fight off the Darkling army. Just for that. That is his task, that's his missions. They don't even really like, the one who tasked them, they don't even really want to borrow the power of Excalibur. They just want it as a symbol piece. Because they know Excalibur is like very difficult to use. Even King Arthur back then is like struggle to use it. And then Merlin have to break apart the freaking sword and then turn them into armor set and then like shield and a shorter sword. It's basically break them apart to turn them into armor and stuff. So each like armor piece and each like weapon piece use a hyper specific will of a person's to functions. One use angers, one use like willpower, another use like this and that, yeah, that stuff. There's a lot of hyper specific like conditions that to activate each thing, so you need to be a super duper zen person and also super duper like contradictory like angry person to actually use it. That is actually almost like the weapon is almost unable to use it. King Arthur can use it only because he is King Arthur. He's basically the Mary Sue character of that era. Even he barely can use it. So nobody in the world can actually use the full set. They already accept the reality of that point that nobody in this world can actually, except King Arthur, can use the full set. So they just use the weapon as like a relic, symbolize like the relic to like gather up the as like the empire of the olden days, and then to gather up the army that way. Because after like the Darkling invasion, they managed to fought off. King Arthur like basically just abdicate his throne and then hand it to one of his knights to become the new king. And then that knight actually are very incompetent of managing an entire empire. And again, the entire Erodia, like the entire Earth, not Earth, like the entire planet they were on, is a special planet. It's literally 20 the size. I'm not kidding. 20 the size of Earth. So the landmass is freaking big. And Camelot at that time conquered, like on the central continent, Camelot basically conquered like 70%. Yes, 70% of landmass. So it's basically conquered like Earth 5 times as much. Maybe 5 or 6 times as much. So it's a very, very big place to manage. And then, of course, they are going to be very incompetent at it. And then like just the entire empire just like crumble apart. So everything is just scattered. Everyone become like their own individual nation, this and that and stuff. And then because the freaking landmass is so freaking big, there's also lack of communications. There will be a place that you went through that is literally like have a technology overhaul to the point that have steam engine in there, and then you will go further apart, like in the north, that everyone is basically living like an Inuit lifestyle over there, and then you go further apart to some other place, like you will see like freaking ancient people or someplace. Like this is like how big the entire landmass is. Yeah, something like that. They did fought over, like, here's the thing, like they did try to fought for the second invasions from the dimension portal, like opening again. Like they fought off like they tried to fight off the second invasions. Actually, they just managed to hold them off only. That's the thing. And the invasion didn't end by like the main character from the hill, like not Hawken himself. Like the main character from like the hill is called Hawken Pendragon, but he never really ended the entire like ordeal. They just managed to hold off them only, barely. And the entire Darkling army got settled by their own, basically infighting. There's another character I wrote down, is basically the Chaos Angel. It's basically one of the Fiend that is the daughter of the big bad of like the Darkling army. She basically she have like the most latest like Fiend like technologies that they have. Because here's the thing, like the Fiend and then the Darkling army, they are another dimension from Earth. Is another Earth that they are thrived on like biotechnologies instead of like, you know, like we are like thrive on mechanical technologies. That particular Earth like thrive on biotechnologies, and then they create a lot of like infinite life stuff, this and that, yada stuff, like creatures, this and that, yada stuff, very biological stuff basically. So they are biological technology advanced, but the problem is they did an oopsie in that world and then killed almost all life, like the rest of like the animal life on Earth. So only like slight insects still exist, and then basically animal just doesn't exist anymore. There's no animal on that planet anymore, so it's just like a barren wasteland, most of things. Insects still kind of try, like only some certain insects is still kind of like managed to survive. So they still have like tree and stuff, but basically animal is just disappeared. So they need biomass. They need like a lot of things, like resources, like from this. And then they found this like crack in the dimensions, and then they open the dimension. They just basically want to take everything. Yeah, basically I have like, here's the thing, I slowly, gradually sew apart all the story I made for my entire lifetime together into Lost Legend. Basically, Darkling Army is like the side of their world, that like very hyper on technologies one. I wrote a zombie apocalypse stories. Technically a zombie apocalypse, that is not actually zombie apocalypse, it's called Psycho Madness. Is basically they created a medications that can make people do not eat anymore. It's basically, it's like they are, while they are very like pro on like biotechnologies, they also are very pro on life. So they don't want to eat animals, so they're almost like a bunch of vegans. So they create this like special serum that can make people to become have the ability of photosynthesis, kind of like photosynthesis. So they would not need to eat anymore. But the problem is they eliminate the problem of the person need to eat, but they did not eliminate the needs of hungers, like the feeling of hungers, and like the, you know, like when we have like, you know, people get hangry when they get too hungry and stuff like that. So they managed to eliminate the ability to eat, but they did not eliminate the ability to feel hungry. So it will drive that particular person mad, and then start chewing on stuff. You know, see a person, bite them. So they end up like this become like a super bad outbreak because again like it's like a plant like stuff, so it have like some sort of like contaminations on to other peoples too, and then everyone actually got infected in some certain level. And the main character I wrote in that story, he actually is one of the scientists. It's like a very mysterious way. He just woke up in somewhere, almost got chased down by one of the infected, and then like slowly on his journey, he trying to trace his memory back to go back to the original site that happens, and he want to create a serum that can kill back everyone. So his entire journey is basically like a surviving journey of like in this like world of madness that everyone just like eating each other's, you know, those kind of things. And then he basically slowly navigate like and have lots of like amnesia, lost memory, like slowly approaching back into the scene. And then since I'm not going to write the story in the first place, yeah, the plot twist is he actually was the first infected. Yeah, he was the first one who like do the testing himself. It's just that he somehow, luckily, managed to survive so long enough. He his mind came back from the hunger, so he basically returned to normal. His after like the entire ordeal of being went mad and stuff is like that thing. This is why like he have so much gap in his memory, because he's basically went mad around that time and then like just bite everyone. He basically killed every single people in the facilities. And again, they are biotechnologies thingy. They don't really want to harm life. So they end up like, you know, don't have guns and everything. Basically, it's like, what happened if everyone's a vegan? Yeah, that's kind of like stuff. And crack to the story, don't become a vegan. You might start a zombie apocalypse. Nah, it's just joking. It's just ironically that it happens that way. But yeah, and then like he didn't make the cure, and then after he made the cure, and then he decided to like, you know, I fucked up so much. And then he just like, you know, he just himself after he just delivered the cure to every like create a mist that release a mist that will like circulate into the entire world to cure everyone. Because this entire fucked up is what he did. He is the one who fucked up everything. And then there's actually an after story. Yeah, it's basically just like the after story of that. I actually wrote another like dystopian story of that. It's like after the cure. It's like everyone like on like a very like dystopian like era that they just like buried the entire ordeal under the hatches. So nobody actually knows what happened in the past anymore. Because like I say, like everyone have a gap in memory, and those who hold the powers, they buried the entirety of like the world, like the story itself, behind the scene, and just use like a lot of like artificial cow and this thing animal, and like basically fake animal, just like do it as a show for like zoo that is like telling people like this is the last remaining animal that we have to do like conservation, this and that, yeah, their stuff. And then they have like this like high tier class, like the top 1%, and then like the class stuff happening there. The lowest class stuff eat like this like ration thing, because like they basically have like this huge city, the last remaining people, like to say the outside is very dangerous, like those kind of things. And then like they eat the lower class eat the rations, and then the middle class can like there's like 3 layers of middle class. Like the middle class like can eat some like artificial meat, stuff like that. Not even artificial meat. They eat like vegetable and stuff. Basically they're full on vegan in there. And then on like the higher tier, on the middle class, the highest tier of the middle class, they can have something like artificial food and stuff, because like artificial meat and stuff to eat. and then like and in the highest like top 1% like high class people like have like this like they literally can eat steak and stuff. Like they have basically it's like very food centric world. And the main character is like is in the middle class. He almost raised up to the rank to the high middle class. He can eat like artificial food and stuff. Finally, he actually get a taste of a few times. He's also a journalist. He's trying to like write down how this kind of food and stuff. He want to be like those kind of like food reporter. And then he found out it's not meat. Those artificial meat. Animal doesn't exist anymore. That kind of ordeal is basically killed off all the animal, like the Psycho Madness thingy. So, where did the meat come from? Like this kind of thing, like conspiracy and everything. Like he got hunted down because he discovered actually it's human meat. Yeah. And then the ration stuff from the low class is basically buck meat. And then they use bug to feed people and then turn them, put them in the meat grinder and stuff. Like it's like very horrible stuff I wrote in there. Because basically it's like it's not like exact horror. It's like super high level dystopian level of like horror. And then because he's a journalist, of course he will report the shit out of this thing. Like the entire journey is like he want to uncover this conspiracy. The entire story is about that. I wrote way too much story. And then I don't have the ability to write any of this story. The story is very good. It's just that I don't have the ability to write it in detail, you know? Sadly. And yeah, that's the thing. Like basically it's like this entire thing is like they want to grab as much resources as they can on like the Camelot like Lost Legend era like timeline, the world of the Lost Legends. They find a crack in the dimensions. This is like basically like a few hundred years afterward. They really like unable to like manage everything anymore. And then they found this crack in the dimensions. They managed to open it up and then go in there, see, holy shit, there's animal here. Holy shit, there's forest here. But they can't live in that place because their biology cannot function. So they create this like biological suit that turn them look like a shade. When I say shade, it's like, you know, like a bunch of like mist that like, you know, very menacing looking mist. So people in that place call them fiend. And then they're using this way to create a lot of like biological monster. They're trying to like protect themselves to take over the place to get all the resources as much as they can. So they basically use the Zerg rush tactic at the local. Yeah, it's fine. I love to just talk about it instead of like write about it. It's much more fun, I guess. People can have that more of the imagination add into it. But yeah, like those stories working like that, and then like so basically all the people in the Fiend side is actually they are legitly Earthling, and they do have some infighting. It's like basically the grand scientist that created all this Fiend stuff is trying to like take over the entire like planet as their own, but the daughter basically say no, and then she also is a scientist too, and then she create a Fiend suit and try to fight against them. And then while most of the Fiend suit like function in a particular way, her Fiend suit looks exactly like her. Basically, like the suit itself, it look exactly like her, so she doesn't look like monsters to everyone over that place. So she can turn literally into an armored angel. And when she like have to use the power of the like the Fiend power, and that power is when there's crisis like chaos happening around the local places. So she basically almost functioning like a hero. She only can appear while there's crisis, why is there's chaos around. So that is like the basic crux of the story, that how she like basically in that story, that how she managed to like convince her dad to just they got enough, close off the portal, and then live their own life. While like they just fought lots. It's basically just infighting and the entire situation. Not even like they are the one who ended, like the local themselves managed to end the situations, because like again, technologies versus magic. Sadly, technologies win, especially when the technologies is like reanimate dead things. You know, it's like they got infinite source of dead corpse, and what do you have? Shooting fireball. So you can't win. You can't win. They can literally pull back the charred body and then rebuild them, like reuse the biomass to rebuild some other things and then come out. So it's just infinite monsters just keep coming out to fight them. And funnily, all the Fiend is actually a bunch of scientists. So they all have like very like all the Fiend themselves have a very particular like eccentric like personalities. Because when I say like the Northland's Ice Witch have the most particular one, because like the Ice Lich is one of the Fiend, but he do not listen to the order of like the main guy, the top guy over the Fiend at all, because he is just a magic fanatic. The moment he learned about magic, he is so fascinated about the magic, he basically don't give a shit about like the mission is to like gather resources anymore. He just like went off AWOL into like some secluded like icy place, north place, and just do experiment on people over there to learn about magic. So yeah, he's basically like experimenting on people and create the magic of his own. And this is the origin of dark magic too. This guy is the origin of dark magic he created. Because he doesn't have the born innate mana in his body, so he cannot use magic, but he learned how to control magic of the natures. So again, sacrilegious. So this is like the guy who invented dark magic, the stereotypical dark magic. Yeah. And then their fighting tactic is basically the StarCraft Zerg Rush. Again, why they know those kind of tactics? Easy, because they are literally Earthlink. They're literally using StarCraft tactic to fight off them, and then you know what is very effective. Originally, the Lost Legend like places, they don't really have fantasy creatures. The Darkling, the Fiend, are the one who create those fantasy creatures, controlling them to fight them. They don't really have fantasy creatures, and because they fought off the first wave, the connection that controlling those creatures they created start slowly gaining their own sentience. They start to have their own ability to think this and that, yeah, that stuff. So the world end up to have like orcs, elf, those kind of things, or like beastkin. They are there because of Fiend. They are not there by natures. They are the freak of natures. And who have those kind of idea to create them? Of course, they're created by people from Earth. Well, different type of Earth, but still, yeah. Hold on a bit. I need to stretch out a little bit. And hydrate a little bit, guys. I've been talking a little bit too much. By the way, I wrote this thing so much I can literally talk infinitely. Me, as Kiray, I did say I was plucked out from a manga. That manga is actually I freaking feel like 4,000-ish years after this like Lost Legend storyline. It's basically it's literally in another era. Like much more on the modern side, you know. Like we do have technology, this and that stuff. Like we don't. The magic is basically lost, and the tales of like back in those days is basically lost. This is hence like why this thing called Lost Legend. It's basically it's legend that lost a long time ago. Nobody actually knows like the specific like detail of it. They just know it as tales that very loosely. So the story itself is because it's structured that way. I can write however the fuck I want because like they can have like story inconsistency. Why? Why everyone have like their own like version of the story and then they have cameo on each other sometimes, but they will have like story inconsistency. But the story inconsistency is fine because the story itself is very contained on that person like journey, his life, his legends. But because it's been so freaking long, the legend has become very loose, fast and loose, and then like not fully truly accurate anymore. So having inconsistency is fine. I wrote myself a loophole. Yeah, so I can like write how the heck I want sometimes. But of course I keep the consistency as much as possible. But if I somehow miss something, I somehow create an inconsistency loophole. Inconsistency like between the other story. I just can say like, well, it's just a lost tale, so having some inconsistency is fine because the entire story I wrote itself is not fully accurate in the first place. Except for one person. So yeah, it's kind of like a loophole I wrote that I can I get a free pass of doing those kind of things. Because in some sense they are not supposed to be they are not supposed to be consistent. They are just pieced up together story from tales of like a lots of different region, a lot of different people, a lot of different mouths that have been passing down generation to generation. They just piece those stories together. This entire Lost Legend book is about those kind of stories. So there will be inconsistency in that. In a sense, I wrote it that way. But of course, if people know, I never really write any books of this, so end up like I only can talk about it. So there's almost zero inconsistency, aha, because there's no detail of the story. So no people can point out the inconsistency. Besides, nobody actually know I wrote story at all. I like to create and write story, but sadly, it's just that. I have the power of creativity, but the problem is I don't have the power of writing skill to actually fulfill this kind of things. I can try use ChatGPT, but that is just because like sometimes they will omit detail, even though I can write like a bunch of stuff like this and then copy everything and then paste it to GPT and then tell them, hey, can you help me streamline the grammar of this thing? They help me streamline grammar of this thing. They might like literally omit like this particular part of the detail, that part of the detail. I have to keep telling them, hey, add back this detail. Hey, add back that detail. I have to keep doing it. So it actually used way more time than I think to actually write it. So I end up still didn't use this kind of tactic anymore to write. That really depends. Like, you have to finish writing your story first, to be honest. If you really want to help me like write something for fun, yeah, go ahead. To be honest, like I can try to work with you, but still, finish your own story first. That's the main thing. If you have something in your mind, do that first. Because once you lost it, it's really hard to do it. I only have like this particular quirk that I keep remembering all this thing because my brain is keep building upon the story. Even till now, I am still building upon the story. The manga version of like Kiray's storyline has already ended. Yes, fully ended because like his storyline is never ending. So I have to end it somewhere. Because like he have something like a bad ending. He basically lived forever. Originally, he's basically just a curse that going to like he destined to get destroyed and reconstruct himself back and then try to destroy the world again and then got destroyed again. He's like in that cycle for a very long time, and then he managed to break the cycle and then become the aspect of darkness. It sounds bad, it's actually a good thing. He's part of like the representing the cycle of life. But still, the problem is he's still destined to get destroyed and then reconstruct again. Sadly, he can't do that. He got stuck in the female body. It's basically he got reconstruct every single time like Doctor Who, but he can't like change his like appearance that specifically. Like one of it, he got it so bad he basically just a decrepit old man. Almost like a decrepit old man, just a decrepit uncle actually, because he share 90% of his life force to a dying child, and then having adventure with that dying child because like that dying child is basically want to have adventure around the world. So she just like push him in a wheelchair and have adventure around the world. And the last storyline is like he actually ultimately get disintegrated and then reconstruct back. But when he reconstruct back, Kiray is actually reconstruct back in a female form, and you're not sure why, but he also realized that he can't die. Like most of the time, he is destined to die. Somewhere, but but how he get reconstruct back is basically he regenerate himself. But now, when he fully reconstruct back himself, he realized that his regeneration ability it's been so freaking strong. You can literally use a sword like cut through him, and then he have nothing happen to him. Basically, he just stitch himself back up the moment you glide your blade across him. So he cannot die. No matter you punch him or disintegrate him, he still. Imagine like shoot a disintegration beam at him. And then once the beam settled, you see him standing over there. He got hit by that beam. He just reconstructs so freaking fast that he can't die. It's like nothing hit him. So he basically stuck in that female form. Forever and ever. He cannot go disintegrate and reconstruct back in a different form again. So he just going to live forever. I'm going to put his story like stuck over there, then just that. Yep, because he represents the the concept of infinite from the cycle. Because back in the days, Lost Legend, around like the Lost Legend time, the moment human appeared in that world, it screwed up the entire life and death systems. Because humans are foreign object in that particular world. So the cycle of life and death back then is literally there's a being called life and another being called death. Life create stuff for fun, and then death will wait patiently until those things that life created request to be recycled, and then they will recycle those life, and recycle back to life, and then let life like recreate newer life form that she whenever she liked. And then there's this foreign object called human broke into the dimension and then basically rain down into that world. And then human have this particular property, they can grow their own life energy. So basically they basically are in a way called infinite energy. So they will keep creating energy, more and more and more energy will just create it. They can't recycle those energy because it's not the energy they created. So they can't recycle those energy, and then those energy just keep overflowing in the world, and then it completely broke the life and death cycle. They still can, you know, like eliminate off like the creature the life create, but humanity itself cannot be eliminated by death. So basically death, one day life just got bored and then don't want to create life anymore, and then death decided to say, like, because nothing is over there anymore, he basically can't reap any like life, human life, so he basically out of his job. And then life also like got bored of doing what she's doing, and then entire world cycle got broken. And then the manga version of the story is basically they are trying to restore the balance back. But no, some third party trying to restore the balance back and then attack the main protagonist, the two main protagonists, for me, and then like another one is called Flamer. Because like technically one of the companion that the main protagonist have like is the daughter of death. It's the daughter of literal death. Technically it's not really her daughter, his daughter is, but you know, they want to use her as a hostage to start to turn back on the life and death cycle. But at the end, like lots of shenanigans happen, like and this and that, and then the main character, like Kiray from that world, from the manga story, and then Flamer from another protagonist from another story, they end up become the aspect of the life and death like cycle, and basically with a complete different cycle itself. It's called the infinite life. So it's basically it's like Flamer become the aspect of light, and then the Kiray will become the aspect of darkness. Kiray will represent the infinity concept of infinity of that cycle, and then the aspect of life will be light will become the concept of the cycle itself. So he will always die like a normal human and reborn again, die and reborn without any memory. And while Kiray himself, he will ultimately get like disintegrate, and when he reconstruct back, he will still retain all his memory. While the other persons keep dying and then keep revive without any memory, Kiray will always be the one who remember, like he represent the infinity. So he will just keep on remember everything. It's basically like a freaking curse at this point. He will stay alive forever. While the other guy, he will always die and reborn, die and reborn, die and reborn, die and reborn, die and reborn. It's basically that. That is like the ending of the story. And Kiray in he have this after story mainly because like he shouldn't be alive. He become an aspect. He shouldn't have like a physical body there anymore, but he have a physical body. So it's more or less like a bad ending for him, because he will just basically suffer a life of infinity, that he will just live through everything. That is his like entire life cycle. But yeah, I wrote like way too many story to the point that I can somehow snitch every story together into one big ass universe. So I got lazy off writing because I made it too big. It's supposed to be suck immortality. And he's the only one who struggled at it. He basically have like every character need a struggle. Kiray is the most OP character in the entire manga story. In fact, in the entire world. Kiray and Flamer, they both become, once they become the aspect of light and darkness, they literally are so OP to the fact that their children can't even compare to them. Even though their children is actually quite OP themselves. It's still like pale in comparison. And then later on, those kids dies. And make him question about like mortality and life. And then like he went on a rampage basically. The main story is supposed to be ended. Kiray is supposed to be went back into the time and then fix his curse. And then he just died off that way. He's never supposed to reappear. But I made like this branching storyline. He will have 3 storyline. Normal ending. He returned. And then lived a normal life with everyone. Good ending, he died off and never came back. Everyone just live a life like live his like life that he sacrificed to save. He basically sacrificed his life to save the entire world. So, and the end, that's the bad ending. He actually returned with his power and continue live his life. His power is literally, in the sense, no matter what, is still a curse. Originally, it was a curse, and he became a sentient curse. And then he became an aspect of that particular cycle and thingy. So, yes, his good ending, he's not supposed to be alive. He's supposed to break that cycle. And then the bad ending is he failed to break that cycle. And the after story is actually the bad ending. So my plot back in the days when I wrote the stories, I was supposed to like do like a poll. Like, do you want to continue the story? Like basically the season is end. No more story. Like there would be like a poll questions to be like, do you want to continue the story? Good ending, he died off. This entire storyline will just close off. Good ending, just wrote 1 more additional chapters, and then basically it's just like he lost his power, live his life as a normal human, and then die as a normal human. Bad ending, story continue. Season 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Aha! Basically, it's like it's like the represent like the how like, you know, like anime industry goes. Like sometimes they serialize a little bit way too long, to the point that there's a lot of like TV series too. Like Supernatural is one of it. It's basically like they've been staying way too long, to like season like 30. More than season 30 actually. To the point that the story used to be good and now it has become like basically crap. You know, it's basically, it's like a bad ending is a representation of that. And why I made his immortality suck is because he is actually supposed to die off. The good ending is supposed he finally can rest in peace. The problem is the bad ending, he can't continue his story and the story keep evolving, is because he failed to die. He's been living through the entirety of the humanities. Like if you look closely to this thing, he's literally even way before the ancient magic era. The first time when human discovered magic, he is there. Like while I'm past that point, he already been living more than 100,000 of years. It's basically like the BC before BC. He lived that much long of life already. He basically have a very sobbing story of like how like his friend, he accidentally betrayed his friends and then like they got experimented, turned into weapons, and then he got so remorse that technically it's not Kiray. Kiray is a completely different thing, but the the person got so remorse that want to like take revenge on the entire humanities. So he turned into a monster while use the weapons that that friend has been turned into monsters and trying to like kill like basically like eliminate the entire humanities. And then that's like on the ancient magic, and back then it's like the Glyphonia era. I wrote it as like it's the most ancient of like the human that start discovering magic and stuff. They have like the most powerful magic, but the entire civilization got destroyed by him actually, because that dude is so efficient on like trying to destroy humanities, even though somehow it got stopped by like the final weapons of the Glyphonian kingdoms. But the kingdom got like destroyed so much to the point that they can't recover back like the glory of the ancient days they have. Most of the glyph magic is basically lost. This is why like the rune magic is basically the weaker version of like all like the bits and piece version of like the glyph magic. And the magic language is also one part of like the glyph magic. It's basically like broken into pieces so much to the point it's still kind of functionable, but in a very flawed way. But yeah, like Kiray in that manga like lived a long time, and he is not even Kiray at that time, that monster that keep trying to destroy humanities. Kiray is the curse itself. He basically turned into a monster and then gain a curse that will if he fail to destroy humanity, he will come back again. It's like a freaking demon lord. And then it's like the specific aspect of that curse that he's been living and recycling over and over and over and over so many times that the creatures or like that person that created the curse in the first place, his mind and like will basically faded away from all those like long time of being like wake up, go full rage, Hulk smash, died, came back, Hulk smash, died, just keep repeating it cycle so many times to the point the will of that particular person that created this curse in the first place died, technically clinically died inside that husk of a shell. And then that shell, the curse itself, slowly manifests a sentience. Kiray in that story, he is actually that curse. And then when he finally gained full sentience, and then he woke up with amnesia, he actually don't know how he got this power, how he have such a great power of regenerate his body. He still can feel pain. That's the thing, like his power in the entire manga story is like he have this ridiculous regeneration ability. He can get stabbed through, like anyone play Devil May Cry is basically like that. He can get stabbed through, like get cut through, and then he can almost immediately regenerate it back, but of course like still like with a certain speed. And then when he actually go full on powers, is actually like go into like this like shade, like black shade form, things like that. Yes, but again, he is not he is not an angry person. He's basically the complete opposite of the angry person. And he is those kind of like very chill, very zen person. So like when he lived through his life with Flamer, he basically got like those kind of like personality of a very chilled person or a very like easygoing person. While like that, also like because like he also have lots of like dream sequence that slowly remember back that person. It's not like he's going to become that person. It's just like that person will. It's like he got many personalities. He's basically got 4 personality inside him. The friends that turn into weapons, because all their soul is like in one place. In like that manga version of Kiray, so all the soul is actually in one place. just a very dissipate level is because they lived so long. They are the one of, you can say like they are the few oldest soul that exists in the entire Aerodale like universe. And the friend is telling Kiray to like, you know, this angry dude, he suffered enough. Like, just give him peace, man. Help him to find some peace. And then like the angry dude is slowly coming back, but still like at the end that he just like too tired. The angry dude cannot control, like normally you say like there's like the evil in his body, like he trying to take over control. Like that dude maybe is still there in some sense, but he is too tired. Even though like he's like suffering, but he's still like too tired to destroy humanity at that point. Like that dude is mentally tired inside this, like the soul is tired. But at the end, like one of the end, like he got his entire body like got sent to the time archive, and then they went back to time. Like his last storyline is literally Kiray went back to time, prevent that shit happens. Because it's like usually you create a timeline, you just branch out, but no, he actually go back to the origin timeline. So it's like the archive timeline. That timeline actually affects so many things in the way that it's just permanently erase his existence. That is how he died, like the good ending, how he actually died. So he basically erased his existence. But he is like also in the same time, he is a curse outside of their life. So no matter how, he will still exist in some way, in some form. It's just the story of these three tragic persons that create this curse is not there anymore. So it basically give them peace. And then he will become the aspect of darkness because he do not have a host, do not have a body anymore. He still become the aspect of darkness, but he won't be living as Kiray anymore because he doesn't have a physical body, doesn't have like a means of having a physical body anymore because the body doesn't exist. He only exists as a curse that exists in the world, and then become the aspect itself. So the world is still like kind of like function like how it's supposed to be. So nothing changed. He just miraculously specifically changed those three person life. You know what? The bad ending is not that bad. Kiray actually got 2 wives. But at least like around that time he's still happy, I guess. Until like he realized that once his kids die, he become like, you know, like emo and, you know, existential crisis. He realized that, oh shit, everyone can die before me. I need to die. And then he literally like in the after story, like bad ending storyline, he's supposed to like, it's basically it's a time skip that everyone have their next generation. Basically they all have kids. They just like handling like a very big organizations that help like a lot of like special people like them, and to create a big organization is basically like X-Men. But also in the storyline like X-Men, there's a Magneto. Kiray is the Magneto. But he is just a figurehead. His son is actually the Magneto, but he is so strong basically that Kiray is just the figurehead of that particular storyline, you know? And then once his like son die, and then he'd be like, you know what? Let's end this. He basically go mano a mano with like Flamer. He basically you know, you, me, one last hurrah. Come on, let's have a last fight. And then he got destroyed, but he still got reconstruct back. He start the one last hurrah just to test out he can die or not. Because the only person that can actually destroy him around that time is just Flamer. So he actually got destroyed, and then he came back after like around like 200 years. Flamer is like have like a special constitution, like he's a special race, so he lived slightly longer. Already that time, like Flamer is already like very old and have like great granddaughter at that time. And then like remember when I say like he spent like his 90% of his like life force to like a girl? It's basically is the great granddaughter of Flamer, because like Flamer is like his entire bloodline is an artificial life form. It's supposed to be slowly degrade to the point that it can't support life anymore. So the great granddaughter like he have is like basically is dying. So Kiray just basically use his like infinite regeneration power to share it to her, to keep her like on life support. But also because of keeping her on life support, he basically don't have life in him. So he's basically it's like a very like those kind of like very like a cancerous patients that sit on the wheelchair. And then she basically like take him to many like different journey. It's basically like that particular storyline is like a callback to the entire world, basically what happened after like his like destructions, you know, like slowly visiting the world, slowly exploring the world, exploring the culture and how the world has been evolved after this 200 years. And then he actually met his daughter, Kiray's daughters, because Kiray's have like a kind of like a twin situations, but is from different mother, but also in the same days, like booyah. Booyah for him. But yeah, like the daughter is actually is the entire like soul weapon itself. So like she is essentially immortal, essentially only. She still can choose to die. Like Kiray, he can't choose to die in the bad ending. Even he tried to, he would just reconstruct back. But his daughter is basically also functionally a immortal, but she can have the choice to disappear, essentially. And in that story, like basically, she is like a recurring character that because she is she knows that her dad is basically functionally cannot die at all, so she try her best to basically like stay with him as much as possible, just to keep his sanity, you know. So like the second part of his ending, the supposedly ending story, is that like they slowly meet up with each other and everyone, and then like some situation happen, and then like in you know, like in order to protect like her like the great granddaughter of like Flamer, and then be like, you know what, I sent all my life to you, and then let me do like one last hurrah for like protecting like some place, and then just like whoo, gone. And that's what the female body come out. And he actually got reconstruct back way faster, because usually it took him like 500 years or like 200 years to like reconstruct himself back. This one just took him like 100 years. And then reconstruct back, the great granddaughter of Flamer has like create like a very like big like city for like a lot of, basically she basically become like the pioneer of like very like progressive city, this and that, yada stuff, lots of things. And he actually got spawned in that city. So but as a female body, and like the world is like very like dark for some reasons, like dark and like, you know, like cyberpunk-ish at that point. The entire world feels like very cyberpunk-ish. But he managed to meet his daughter. But now instead of like her daughter like calling dad, is going to call mom this time. She got very confused. But here's the thing, like she's an idol in that she's basically she start like a life there and as an idol, and then you know what, Kiray actually in that storyline they become a duo idol together. Yes, in the sense, I basically, you know what, I basically just went off like, he basically just like, you know what, fuck it, just enjoy my life. just enjoy my life and become an idol that way. that storyline, that last storyline of him is so fever dream. I wrote it in a way because like again, like I say, Flamer will die and then reincarnated as another person. So he marked his journey. He's basically like the entire story is like how Kiray, that female version of Kiray, is like navigate through this entire like fascinated like cyberpunk era, and then also trying to live a life here as an idol, and also in the same time try to find Flamer, the reincarnation version of Flamer. Yeah. You know what? I want to write it like a low-key love story, but if I closely written it, it feels like a yaoi. Because essentially Kira is still a dude inside. So end up I didn't really like wrote it that way. It's just like they are just like very close buddy when they find out. It's basically the story does not really center around Kiray that time. It's centered around Flamer. That story is like him like there's this crazy bitch that keep following him. Keep appearing out of nowhere, like teach him how to use his power and like this and that yada stuff. So like Kiray that time is like nobody knows that female that mysterious female character is actually Kiray, because nobody would know like Kiray is actually a girl this time. So basically the story and that time it never like show Kiray's side of a story. It show Flamer's side of a story. It's just a like need that play online games, and found this like very good online game he played, and then like VR online game is basically like super virtual reality like online game he played in, and then found this like this person that really like his party, one of like his party member, he just like matched up very well. Actually in real life it's actually Kiray. They are so matched up is because they are like they are supposedly be like the best partner duo in the world. The bromance. And also like he become like too successful and playing that game, like that there are like company trying to like assassinate him of being too good at the game. Again, a little bit dystopian era added into it. It's cyberpunk style, so of course I need to add some like big corporate want to end someone's life because of a game. So like that mysterious like helper that trying to help him is like is actually Kiray in disguise. Technically it's not in disguise. He even he or she I don't know how to like call him anymore. Like basically Kiray doesn't like give a Kiray doesn't even like hide his identity most of the time. He just like being very like mysterious for fun. Yes, he pulled a Merlin, just give advice and then just disappeared. Or like just like sometimes he just help him and just fuck off for no for no reasons. It's just like basically Batman for his life, for Flamer life. The mysterious helper like from Fallout. Yeah, that is his like, particular story, and then like one of the like the final boss like he can't handle it. Flamer can't handle it, so Kiray have to step in at the end. And then the final boss actually master the skill that basically is the ultimate move of like Kiray and Flamer back in the heydays, like in the original storyline. They have a superpower move. It's called Singularity. It's a move that is basically a super disintegration beam that do not just disintegrate the physical body, it disintegrate the soul and existence of a person if they got shot by the freaking beam. And it's basically like a big ass Kamehameha wave. And he got shot by it, and then and Kiray just like infinitely regenerates so much, he can't get disintegrated in the first place. So he can't get erased. So he'd be like, after get shot by the beam, he'd be like just like dust after dust, like around the shoulder, be like, that's all. and then just scare the crap out of that person. Because that skill is supposed to be the ultimate skill that literally can kill God. And Kiray just like, his regeneration is just so freakingly OP. It's just that, dust it off. That's all. Oh, you used my move. Hey, I haven't got hit by that move like ages ago. Like eons ago. Like, you know how to do that? Oh, I'm surprised. Like, that's the thing. Like, he is so OP to the point that he can't die. And he already, at that time, he accepted the fact that he would just live forever. So he would just like basically will become the guy that the guide for Flamer for each generation of Flamer that basically just troll around and just mess with him. Basically, again, like back into being like a forever duo again. It's still the ultimate move. It's still in this world is the most dangerous move, like even till the thing. It's the problem is like Kiray at the very beginning when I wrote his characters, his power and Flamer power, I wrote them both a little bit too way overpowered because I do not have the sense of like power scaling in there. So I kind of accidentally wrote them a little bit way too overpowered. So the after story, like the spin-off story like about the kids, even though the kids is like very powerful because they inherit lots of like power from them, still at the end their default power they have is just way too power that even no matter how strong their kids is just they are still going to outshine their own kids. Because Flamer have this thing called neutron barrier. It's basically a barrier that absorb all kinetic energy and turn it into potential energy. Basically, he got like a shield, forever shield. The stronger you punch it, the stronger it is. And the only thing can actually go past that shield is using soul weapon. But at the end, he actually become the aspect of light. Aspect of light. He actually are so sturdy, the soul weapon can't cut through him anymore. So the only thing that can harm him cannot harm him anymore. As for Kiray, yes, the soul weapon still can cut through him, but he regenerates so freaking fast. It's almost like glide through a butter and then the butter recombine itself immediately afterward. It doesn't even melt the butter. It just cut through. Like, you know, like we watch at Saitama, like they talk about Atomic Samurai, talk about like you cut through in between the atom, like essentially almost functioning like that. You just cut through him and then just nothing happened. The regeneration ability of Kiray is just overpowered. Back in the days, he would feel pain, even though he still like he can regenerate, but his regeneration has become so freaking fast. His pain receptor can't even like have the reaction from it. So he already got numb with the pain because like he'd been living forever with the memories. So he knows how to deal with the pain already. But now he can't even feel it. Because he just regenerates so fast. At least Flamer have the courtesy of keep recycle back and restart everything from the ground up again. Kiray actually just basically max level all the way to the end. Yeah, basically, Kiray, if you want to say like he can get like Saitama just can punch him in his face, he can just tank through it. That is how ridiculous like the regeneration of like Kiray is. Like punch, a wave happened, he's still standing there. He did get annihilated by that punch, but he immediately combined back to the point that he so fast, almost to the point that it felt like it didn't punch in at all. That is how ridiculous like his regeneration ability is. And it's also like the last part of the story, like the spin-off story I can write anymore, because I cannot write him anymore. I literally wrote a slice of life idol story with a mysterious idol that keep guiding the person to do to become like the gain back his like glorious like light power. I have nothing to write about like Kiray's story anymore. I cannot add more story. I already go through a point that is literally cyberpunk storyline. There's no more advancement I can put it in there. So like the manga story of Kiray is basically just end off that level. Even I go for like the infinite life cycle, he have to stop. The story have to stop. I cannot infinitely write it. So I just at the end went back into Lost Legend, keep building back up Lost Legend story, and then I found out, hey, wait a minute, I can link all the Lost Legend story to my manga story as like the history, the lore of the storyline. So I rewrote the entire manga story. Technically, didn't rewrote the entire manga story. It's just add more reference of the Lost Legends stuff into the manga storyline. So I do have some specific detail that get changed, but still at the end the storyline is still the same. It's just add more like lore nuance. Like basically the lore of the entire world used to be quite blank. Now the lore of the entire world have like the entire Lost Legend category, story category just stuff into it. Now they have like much more like in-depth storyline into it. Also, I need to go draw it. You guys have fun a little bit. I'm back. Yeah, I told you guys about like all the story from like the Lost Legend side on the magic side to like the Kiray manga side. Actually, there's still one part of the universe I haven't like talked about it yet. This, you see this robot head? Did I talk about like this guy is the whole new can of worm to actually open? Because like here's the thing, like the world, the Lost Legend world itself, like I say, is those kind of like magic era, medieval, sword and shield, and then there goes the story. There's a dude literally wearing a power armor in the world. There's a reason why he's there. He's actually one of another like world, like alternate Earth story I wrote. Is basically it's actually the first ever story I wrote, like novel story that I wrote, that I put it in there, and then I managed to link them together. I create this Lost Legend Far Beyond storyline, just to in a way, like I say, I can explain a lot of things in a very detailed form in their own word terms, like magic stuff, this and that stuff. Sometimes some people might want the simpler stuff. They want the scientific fact. They want things on the logical side. So this entire character is basically expositions in a very scientific way. It's basically just a guy with a power suit exploring the world, and then the AI itself is like explaining and try to like discover or like, you know, like research or like, you know, like study like this world of magic and everything, and just have a logical explanations on the scientific term. that is this entire storyline like existent, but it also managed to link through the entire like manga storyline, because like Flamer is apparently the last race of a particular race, and I did say like his entire ancestry is actually an artificial being. The character from Far Beyond created them. Because nobody can live in the outer Earth. Any people from Earth cannot physically live in this Earth, because they are 20 times the size of Earth. The gravitational force and everything just function very differently. If you are a normal person, live in the Lost Legend world, you just immediately die. No question asked. So, the Far Beyond thing is actually also like slowly, low key written as the love story of the AI and the dude that wearing the suit. So they basically use the DNA of like the person who wear the suits and create, mix in with like various like sample like his journey created. His journey, and then like he took in a lot of like sample like from either from Handshake or from some other things else, and then like create this ultimate being. Why Flamer is also so OP is because like he essentially is created to be the ultimate being, have like the series 0 to series 9, the bloodline of 0 to 9, and Flamer is the bloodline, is the third bloodline line to create it, like with different combination of different genes of people. With the main genes is the genes of the genes of the main characters from the Far Beyond. This is why like this is actually a experiment that the Far Beyond AI created, but at the end it's like useless because like everyone have like some complication, they just died off. Even Flamer, like the most successful like bloodline, they also got died off at the end. So it's basically a failed experiment, but still at the end, like it's because of them the manga version exists, and they create this race. It's called a Eve, and then the Eve died off, and then Flamer is the last kind of like Eve, and then Ivan is actually like one of the. When I say Ivan, it's going to be very complicated. Let's ignore that person. So basically, Flamer actually got another met another last Eve, technically from a different branch. Like I say, the experiment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they are completely different. Like mix it to the point is like completely different bloodline. So it's like through many thousand of years, they basically just like super duper far off cousins, kind of. Similar with every like people with blue eyes. Actually, they kind of like ancestry. They kind of like the same. But yeah, like those kind of things like for them. And there's only like 2 successful bloodline, and then experiment 0 is still in the tank, never came out. Experimental 1 to 9 only came out, and then almost none of them survived. Like later on they would just died off. So at the end, like only experiment 0 is stay within the Eve cube that created, basically to seclude the seclusion to outside world. They just want to be alone together, because essentially like the Lost Legend Far Beyond is the main characters. He got this fatal injury, and then this power suit just come in and take them in and repair him. So the dude is essentially almost dead, and has been replaced by a lot of mechanical part using the life-saving system from the power suit itself. Yeah, the Far Beyond one is actually my favorite one. And actually, I did make an artwork about it. Again, like I say, there's a few one I like make it, like this one, the Ice Lich. And the most original starting point of my ink carving art style let me try to show you this. Is it here? I need to find it. It's been a while. Yes, this one. This is the Far Beyond characters. He's actually suit up for going for dimension travel, so this is not like the actual suit. It's basically it's an exosuit in the exosuit. It's basically prep up for going for dimension travel. Because it's in another storyline, it's called AI story. And I did have a lot of like drawing, but it's hand drawn. Like I say again, it was back then when I was dabble in digital like drawing. So I use a lot of hand draw stuff for a lot of like different characters. But those hand draw things is like not really like the best one. Like you guys already know, like you guys have to draw something for your characters for a novel, and stuff like that happen. It's not the best, to be honest. Hydrate a bit. My tongue is tired. Yeah, I can basically talk endlessly because there's just so many story and detail I can talk about. Useless caster is basically the one that basically every story tells a particular part of things. The hilt is basically explain the law of the entire world itself, and then the Far Beyond is like exposition in the logical scientific term, and then the Nostland's Eye Switch is basically dabble into more detailed story of like who and what is a fiend, and then what have they did to the world, and then Lost Legend useless caster when if remember when I say like they are very prestige when people who have like that particular element, useless caster main characters is a character that come from prestige of fire mage, fire elemental mage, but he can't use those kind of things because he lacked the mana to actually conjure fire. So he find lots of like alternate way that is not deemed as dark magic. It's basically it's like a loophole of combining the magic, the you know like the which one? Yeah, it's a combination of runecraft and magic language to turn into his own original magic. So in a way, a loophole is acceptable, and in fact, it's like his closest imitations of creating glyph magic. That is basically the entire Lost Legend, the useless caster storyline is very in-depth explanation of the entire magic system itself in the world. It's basically like it's for exploring the magic system in the world. And then the Blood Mage is actually explore the dark magic side of the world. It's basically like how dark magic is created, how dark magic is used, the actual like origin of the fiend. Because like in this like Nostland Eye Switch is the introduction of how people perceive like dark magic, and then this one is the use of dark magic and the origin of where did fiend come from. So the person is actually a descendant of the fiend. It's basically like the fiend is called a blood fiend. It's basically his gimmick is, like I said, blood, control blood, and then because the first wave got fought off, they close up the gate the portal, the dimension portal hastily. It actually abandoned a few fiend like in the you know like in that world. Ice Lich is one of them. Blood Fiend is actually one of them too. Blood Fiend is the grandpapa of the world, of the one that created all those kind of like darkling creatures in the first place. It's basically create Zerg army, the one that created. But he using his like blood fiend power to basically got into a corpse to hide from like from King Arthur and live a normal life of a man, and then gave birth of a kids that way. And once the second invasion came in, you know, like that Buffy just basically just kill off the wife and then just start going back to become a like a blood fiend commander, stuff like that. And the kids basically is the main character of like the blood mage. He have a vendetta of his betrayal, so he basically also it's basically this one. Some people might who read Berserk, he might like it because the main character of Blood Fiend, he's basically almost like guts to the point just keep yelling, Grandpa! This guy is basically Dad! Blood Fiend! Just his entire teenage angst just basically lock on his dad want to kill him. And then discover how to use blood magic. Yes, I can draw it out, to be honest, like how the timeline functions. Because it's kind of like everything happened in a specific timeline. They this one and 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 this one. Oh, yes. Like everything happened in the same time. They all lived their own life. They have all their section of the stories. Basically, they all like have a purpose to create of that particular story. The Blind Judge is a very different one. The Blind Judge is a guy who is basically the victim of the world. So again, like it's a war-torn world because of the Darkling invasions. It's a war-torn world, and then like the Blind Judge when he was a kid, he is basically the refugee of those kind of like war-torn cycle, and then it's really hard to say it. I might get flagged for YouTube, but basically he got the most gruesome, like tragic story in the entire world. It's basically like his house gone. He need to like go become refugee, like traveling around, like go to the safer place with a very respectful nun. But bandit got in. The general story of a bunch of dude bandit and a female nun, what happened to it, and then that kid is basically forced to watch everything, and then he actually got like mental like disorder to the point that he can't actually see anymore. He actually are not blind, his eyes just not function anymore, mentally unable to function. And he basically and he woke up, actually everything's died because he basically went on a rage, triggered something like very primal in his body, and then like he basically have like a very good sense of like echolocation, this and that, yeah, that stuff. And his entire storyline is basically him going around town judging like basically either like criminal or like those kind of like high official with like like those kind of like story, like basically high official can do whatever they want because like they are rich and powerful, those kind of things. Like Blind Judge will just basically the boogeyman of like those people. He would just appear out of nowhere, stab the shit out of them, pin them on the wall, and slowly judge them. Like literally take out a book, list out every single crime they do. Each crime he stab a blade into them. Like he know where to stab to the point that it won't kill them until he stab enough when he like lists out all the crime and stuff. That is his thing. It's basically Judge Dredd. You make wrong, you're fucked. You got targeted by him, you're fucked. But the entire storyline is not just about him judging people. The entire storyline is him protecting this little girl that he stumbled upon is basically people call her a witch and then want to like crucify her and you know like do lots of things, like basically just tear her apart, kill her. And then like he basically went out of his way to take care of this little girl. And then basically, you know, like those kind of storyline where like very like big burly angry dude with like a kids you know, protecting the kids and those kind of stuff. While he's blind, the kids was you know, like take care of him like slowly. That dude, like he actually are a very unrelented edgy person, but slowly with like together with this like little girls, is like he slowly learned how to become a human again. But essentially he's still like a fanatic like judge that judge people that way. Yes, that is like his characters. And essentially that girl is actually a witch, an actual witch. It's a time witch. She has the ability to control time itself, and she was actually guided by the future self of her to meet him, so he will like take care of her for the entire journey. Because even in the end of time, Blind Judge actually is like a person who are still with the time witch, kind of like very like wholesomely living together, like it's like an old man and like a teenage daughter, like they just like live together in a time bubble that they are governing the time itself, so nothing can go wrong. So this one is like ironically one of like the most key point of the entire storyline of everyone's storyline, because it's like a very like time paradox thingy like happening, this and that, yeah, that stuff. And there's still like a few more story I haven't like written down yet. And one of the story, and I say like this one is the fucked up one, and then there's still another fucked up one too. It's called the Illusion Assassin. Lost Legend Illusion Assassin is again almost go back to slightly little bit noir type storyline, but instead of saying like noir type storyline, it's like this assassin, he used to be assassin, of course, like he called Illusion Assassin. He basically his MO is like he is the perfect assassin. He can disappear in the shadow, and then like his ultimate move is basically release a mist, because he's a water mage actually. He can release a mist that create a multiple like mirage of himself, like in every single possible angle, and then like he can attack, but every mirage, like nobody knows how he managed to do it. Every mirage actually, when they attack, it actually physically managed to attack them, but when they hit back that you know, like you can grab, you can get stabbed, and then you hit the one that stabbed you, it still go back into like the mist form and thing like that. Like very ninja shit happening there. And then nobody actually knows how he actually managed to do it. That's why he's the best assassin in the world. And he had this like situation happen because he is those kind of like Robin Hood assassin. He only like he have a code. He only kill the people like, you know, like if people like deserve to be killed, he will go and kill it. He got contract by it, he will kill it. If like innocent people, he will not touch. It's basically, I contract to kill this person, like not the family, I kill that person. I keep the family alive. Those kind of things like that. Like he do not harm innocent life. That is like his code. Also, he's actually kind of like a little bit Robin Hood too. The problem is his code make him question himself a lot, because like there's this one corrupt lord that he killed, and the daughter, he basically like he actually at around the time he kind of like have a little bit like fated, met the daughter, and then like talk about her being like somewhat of a like fated friend. You know, like sometimes you go to a bar and just like have a very good chat with like a person's like, yeah, that moment of life, those kind of things. and you just met that person once, something like that. So like he didn't kill her. He only killed the dad, like the Lord, and just left. And then one day he killed another person, like a person who basically have a dungeon. You know what that dungeon is for. And then he actually found that girl. It's like because he didn't kill her, because she actually told him to kill her too, but because he told him that he have a code, he doesn't harm other people except it's the one he contracted, and it must be bad people. And he talked to her before, like, you know, like have a few conversations with her. He judged that like she is like good person, and then she is an innocent. So like she, yeah, even like she like she know like if his dad is dead, like she's basically fucked. So like he will request like him like to kill her actually too, and he didn't kill her because again like his code. So he just left, and then like after like a few years, he found her in this like very fucked up dungeon, and she basically got her limb like chopped off aside, like one of her hand left. And then basically her jaw is broken, this and that, yeah, stuff. Like it's basically she is like in a very fucked up state. And you know like what actually happened? Like she is basically a complete broken person. And then he actually recognized her, and then she just took her in and then take care of her, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Give her artificial limb, this and that. He actually have the thing like he have like the connection with the, you know, like the dimension mage, like the clockwork machine mage. So like he also created like a few like artificial limb and like this like iron jaw for her, so she still can kind of like talk, but she can't actually eat anymore. She literally had to drink things with straws. But yeah, like essentially it's just like that. And then like, you know, the entire illusion assassin journey is him question his the entire illusion assassin is basically him questioning his code. Did I do wrong? And then his other assassin journey, like people who quote his assassin him, he completely changed his motto. Like he really investigate throughout to his assassinated target, and then like, you know, have a lots of like different like humanity shit going on there, this and that, yeah, that stuff. And basically he encountered this like so drastic event that changed his way to question his own code and moralities. Every single time he accept like a assassination quest, he actually also will question that person who like commissioned him to kill that particular person, or like do something, and he become like the problem solver instead of like a flat out assassin. Of course, it's still like do like assassin shit and kill people, but still like he generally the entire storyline is the question that person moralities and the person code and stuff, how they are going to be stand on it, how are they going to like live through their own like the things that they have been through because of their living code and stuff. This is like very like mental stuff, to be honest. It's like very philosophical stuff for the illusion assassin storyline. And mystery box, if you missed the part that I talk about, is easy. You can literally like roll back this the stream, and then that way you can kind of like, you know, watch it that way. It's not like I'm stopping it. Not connected to the dimension, dude. Basically, he know the guy. One of his like assassin journey, basically, he know the guy. He was tasked to kill him. But end up like, you know, like I say, like illusion assassin himself have like a code, so he don't kill innocent people. And he found out that he is an innocent people. He is an innocent person, and he basically like, you know, oh, my bad, I was trying to kill you. You know what? Let's become buddy. Is that? Illusion Assassin 1, the storyline is the hardest one to crack because like the first assassin missions that he ever have is already with the girls that he saved. Basically, the girls is just like a side characters that just appearing here and there, and Illusion Assassin is basically have this like his first job, like the first storyline, like the chapters have like his first job in that particular story is a gladiator champion want him to investigate the death of a contender that he had fought with. Actually, the gladiator himself like low-key know who's the one that killed that contender that he deemed worthy to fight, but he cannot do anything because like it's his sponsors. He just want to expose the sponsors, but he can't do anything with the sponsors because gladiating is his life. So like this top gladiator is like trying to like hire him to do like investigation and then like find who killed these girls and then murdered that bastard. He just want to murder that bastard only, but he know who is the main hand that order those people who kill like the content that like his only like not like his only like basically the person he judged that worthy to fight with. You know, he's actually a very strong person, but he can't do jack shit. So like it's basically it's like the morality of like that person own code, the gladiator, like the person like his code of like, you know, being a showman. He's like very like prideful of his like being a gladiator, prideful of his showmanship, prideful of being a champion, this and that, yada yada stuff. Because like he knows this like this contender is supposed like fighting. No, it's later on he will know like it's like low key know that it's his sponsor is the one that did all the horrible shit. But originally he just a very prideful gladiator. One of his like fight that went off, like he felt really off. So, oh yeah, the music is gone now. I just realized. So he like he visit the persons. The person is just like very desperate, and then like after he left and then came back, the person killed herself, and then like he be like he want to know why, you know, and then he also noticed like there's a head like in that person room too, so that's why he want to hide the illusion assassin to find out why this happens. And then later on they discover like this is basically like a cabal of people who is basically rigging the match for this like gladiator to become the top, so they can actually always like win like top game money and stuff like that, you know, like. And then once he like discovered it, tell that to the gladiator, he like have this like he's like a very like entire story is talk about this gladiator is being like a very prideful person, and then he have the code of being a showman, this and that, yada stuff. And then he realized like he's basically his entire world is basically a fraud. He is actually legitimately a very good gladiator, but still at the end like his entire match is rigged, this and that stuff, like without him knowing, and this and that stuff. Like this like that is basically like it's like a very like special like zoom in story. But Illusion Assassin is basically is like the story of humanities, while everyone is like this one is like basically is being a king, this one is like being a scientist like roam around the world, this one is like find his wife my wife and then this one is like trying to discover a new type of magic and then explain the magic world, this kind of things like that, while everything is like very big scale. And then Illusion Assassin is like his story is actually on a very personal scale. Every single client is have, and he will have like this like the story itself that will revolve into the point that it's like very personal morality statement that they will like talk about this and that, yada stuff. It's more like investigation shit. It's like everything is action in the story, and then the Illusion Assassin, despite calling assassin, he's basically just like a super detective. that one goal is to discover more about humanities, because he, as a person, he have a code to run on, and he now question his code, and he actually is a very cold person too. So he basically take up all this kind of job to question those people's morality, and then learn from that, because the illusion assassin himself is somewhat of a psychopath. He do not understand emotions. He do not understand a lots of like things that he only understand logic. He's very computers like guy. He's a very like programmed person, because again he is an assassin. He do not know how to live a proper life until like he escaped the like the assassin cabal that he used to be in. So yeah, so that story is how he studies humanities, There's a lot of things I do want to like talk and chat about. Like all these stories is something I really loved, because like the more I writing, the more diverse type of story I can sort of like create. Like each and everything, everyone have that like very specific thing, except the last glyph master. The last glyph master is basically a gag comic at that point. He never takes anything seriously, because like he is the last glyph master, and that his entire journey is he's basically just like this like foodie, like how do you say, like basically a guy who like to go around and eat like cuisine and stuff. He is basically a very giant burly guy, but use magic, but he can't use like glyph magic properly, so he just basically create the glyph magic sign and then just punch and break the magic seal that way. He is also a very powerful person, but the entire storyline is about him going around the world, eat food, basically that. He just like experiencing different food culture from different places. He might meet some other like spin-off like characters that I wrote. Every character I wrote in here, he's the only character that physically managed to meet like most people. Even Lost, the Far Beyond one, they are about like going around like collecting data. They still kind of like in a way in a way that he only travel in a very limited area, because his goal is to like discover the places, but the place is too big for him to like studies. And then for the last glyph master is like the funniest shit in the world. He just travel around the world. His main goal is just to eat every food that he can find. So this is like this entire storyline is about like him studying the cultures of the entire like central continent. And then there I have like a Dynasty Warrior entire continent like in another zone. That is basically a whole nother story. Like holy shit, that one I don't want to talk about it. It's just if I need to keep talking about it, I might have to spend like 3-4 days to actually talk about it. You know what? Speaking about, I should have enough things to talk about. Like, it's been fun. I've been talking about like lots of stuff. I have a lot of fun with this. Like, actually, originally my main channel created for this one, I have this thing called like the Kiray Story Channel. Not Kiray Story Channel. Overnight Story Channel. I was created to talk about this kind of shit. Like, a very like storytelling on each specific character. Like if I can't write the story, might as well just talk the story, like it's like a storytelling method to talk about that story particular chapter, how it does, how it this and that, while at the same time do some drawing. It was my original idea to do that kind of things, but I don't think a lot of people will come and watch it, so I end up didn't create those kind of content. And You know, just become a streamer, play some games, talk some shit, do some drawing, just that. And then later on, become a VTuber. Yeah, that's basically my journey of becoming a content creator. And also why this thing exists. This like mental note kind of things exist. But yeah, enough talking. Like I can like go deep into like lots of like lore I written back in the past, because this is like the very beginning, like the first invasion of the first like Darkling invasion of the Lord, like Camelot Empire. Yes, Camelot is just the name. Like those kind of things. Like I even wrote like the entire bio of the Fiend. This is basically the bio of the Fiend is not like the one I talk about. It's under the person like around that era who studies it. It's not like they know like this Fiend is come from like another Earth or something like that, out on the Earth or something like that. They only written down like in the way they perceived it. It's not like the way I as an author perceived it, because that lore is technically hidden. Kind of like it will explain in other characters. It's not like this kind of like lore book. But yeah, maybe in the future I will do a particular sections that will talk about this kind of things. I will write more stuff, I guess. I'm going to be very bad at writing, but at least I wrote it in a way I understand it, so I can use language like now, just talk about it to like express it to people. That way it's much more easier, I guess. And yeah, it's already been 6 hours. Like holy heck, I'm losing my voice. So I will be taking a break, maybe. As always then, thank you very much for dropping by and have a little bit chat with me. Have like wasted your like lifetime just to sit here listen to me yapping. Again, thank you very much. Everyone, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye.